guys hear me well?
Yeah, actually, it sounds very clear.
Yes, sounds a lot clearer than the last couple of times.
Okay, great. Well, it's a new system, so thanks.
Who do I need to make a co-host?
If you could make the interpreter and the court reporter, Your Honor.
All right, now, hold on. Let me.
Guys hear me well?
Yeah, actually, it sounds very clear.
Sounds a lot clearer than the last couple of times.
Yes, Alma, I'm on.
Can you let me in and make me a co-host?
Yeah, hold on a sec.
Okay, bye.
Your Honor, from the Webb County Jail, be standing by for the resets.
Yes, we're going to do that first. Let me just make sure everybody's on board.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right.
Judge, in my docket on page 5.
Wait. Hold on. I'm adding co-host. Just a second.
Mr. Ramirez, can you hear me?
Yes, Kathy.
Ana, did you get the co-host?
Mr. Ramirez, or
Well,
Officer
yes.
Ramirez, sorry.
Yes, Judge, I
Can
did.
you hear me?
Yes, Kathy, can you hear me?
Okay, on page 5 of the 49th,
49th, okay?
Gilbert Jerry Mendez, I don't need him out.
Gilbert.
Did you get that, Officer Ramirez?
All right, is he gonna get reset? Is he gonna get reset?
And also, I can't hear you if you're saying anything.
Is he gonna get reset? Can you hear me, ma'am?
I'm muted.
Alma, he wants to know if it's going to get reset.
Yes, he got reset. And also on page 13, on the top, Alfonso Esteban Urbina.
Alfonso Urbina. Yes,
Okay, on page 13. Yeah, I also don't need him out. She's already has a court date for jury selection on July 11th.
we're not gonna be able to tell him the reset because there's so many resets. Kathy, can you give me the reset for Gilbert Jerry Mendez for his next
Yes.
court date?
Hold on, I'll give it to you. Hold on. I forgot what page he was on.
Who's the interpreter? I'm sorry, that needed to be a co-host. Oh, there she is.
Merab,
I'm under Merab Martinez.
Got it. All right.
For Gilbert Mendez, it's August 11th.
And for Esteban Urbina,
He's already set for July 11th for trial.
July 11th,
Mhm.
Esteban
Sure.
Urbina. All right.
Mhm. Okay, thank
No
you.
more resets for the 49th.
No more for the 49th.
Okay,
Salma.
thank you.
Yes,
This is Roy from the DA's office. I was gonna ask, I think Adrian Chapa was gonna reach out to you about David Israel Gonzalez being reset because Mr. Chapa had federal court, I believe.
oh yes. Yesterday when I was in court, he did send me and I did tell him, I did give him a date. I'm sorry. What page is he on? Do you know?
I don't have.
What's his
it.
name?
David Israel Gonzalez.
Page 6, Alma.
Yes, also that one, page 6.
For what date is it reset to?
I'll tell you later because I gave him a date. I need to check the email.
It's
All
a
right.
plea for June 23rd.
Okay, June 23rd. And this is by agreement, Judge, with Mr. Soto.
No, that's fine. I don't have.
All right. Thank you.
So for the 49th, right? Yeah, for the 49th.
Who was the other coordinator that had? So.
Might be a look.
The person that just logged in with a phone number 210 ending in 622, area code 210 ending in 622. Could we have your name, please?
My name is Fernando Cavazos Jr., ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Y al Nacho no le dieron cigarro bajo siempre.
Okay, go, you need to mute yourself. Fernando, what was the middle last name?
Fernando Cavazos Jr., ma'am.
Okay, so you can mute yourself until they call your name. And are you the party that has court today?
Yes, ma'am.
In what court, do you know?
49 district.
Let's get, we do our,
It's at the 406, Alma.
oh, okay. It's
Would
at
you
the
like the
406.
cost number, ma'am?
No, right now when the 406 comes on, they can ask you. It's good, this isn't in custody, everybody's in jail, so I was just wondering if they told you to show up today.
Okay, no, it's because I'm calling from Dominguez unit. State
Oh,
jail.
okay. Oh, okay. All right. Just
All right,
stand by
thank you,
until they call your name, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dominguez unit is where, Alma?
In San Antonio, I think.
Yes, ma'am. Texas.
How many defendants do you have there? This is Judge Garcia.
Cavazos. There's only one, and his last name is Cavazos.
Okay, we'll take you first once we get situated here. We're gonna see which other cases we're gonna reset, but we'll go to your unit first. That way we can take care of San Antonio.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Marcos, are you on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that is your defendant right there. Fernando
Yes, on page
Cavazos Jr.
On page 1, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Marcos, were you the one that was trying to get some cases reset announced to the jail, or you already let them know, right?
Hold on. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I apologize. On Roberto Villarreal, Your Honor, page 1 and 2, he's in custody. They issued a writ, but the writ is defective. It had Judge Lopez's Zoom meeting ID, so he's not gonna be I guess brought out. Yeah, and then the other one, there was a writ also for Michael David Cost. The same announcement, the writ was made for today's date, but it had the meeting ID for Judge Lopez. And then on page 2, the same one, Carlos Acosta, that case is being reset to July 25th. The defendant is no longer in custody. And then that's it. Everything else, we're good.
All right.
Your Honor, what about the on the writs? Did he discuss Juan Yanez?
I have the motion. We'll talk about that here in a sec.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, my question was going to be, there was nothing in the motion as to why you thought he should be free, but we'll take that up.
On Juan Yanez?
Or I think it was him. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was somebody else. It was Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. I think that was Mr. Martinez filed a motion to set bond. Mine's a writ of habeas.
Okay.
On 17-151.
Judge, if I may, do you want to take on Dominguez unit?
Well, yeah, let's do that one first, and then I'll take announcements from the defense bar that have agreed resets. Take those off the docket. So stand by at the Webb County Jail. Let's go ahead and take up the 406 case in San Antonio so we can get them off the docket. What page was he on? Page 1?
Yes, correct. Page 1, Your Honor.
I thought this was one of the ones we were going to reset.
I thought so too, Judge. I don't know if the bench warrant probably was done correct. I haven't taken a look at that.
So,
Marcos, that's on Fernando Cavazos Jr., the one at Dominguez unit.
And that is February 2nd of 89. Is that his date of birth? Fernando Cavazos.
yes.
A bench warrant, Your Honor, for today, and the meeting ID was Judge Lopez, so I didn't think we were gonna produce him, but if he's there.
Well, Fred, is this your case?
Omar Salinas.
Omar Salinas.
Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Salinas, we're here on a final pretrial.
Yes, Your Honor. I've been in discussions with the state in regards to this case. We're still trying to negotiate to see how we're going to proceed with the case, Your Honor. We didn't think they were going to bring him, so we were just going to ask for another setting. Mr. Cavazos, how long are you going to be in custody for?
I believe my expiration date would be on the August of the 27th, 2022.
Okay. So we are trying to work the case out. We do have an offer for a lesser included. We'll try to get it resolved either before or on that day, Your Honor. Yeah, we can get something on after the August date.
Well, let's give you some time. Is he going to be transferred over here, or does he have a bond on these charges?
I believe he most likely has a detainer, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's do that. Marco, what
Yes,
do you
Your Honor.
have in, I don't know, September 20 or further?
September 26th, Your Honor, at 9 a.m.
Did you get that, Mr. Cavazos?
Yes, sir. September 26th at 9 a.m.
So you might get picked up from Webb County and they'll bring you down here, but if you get released, I don't know the status of your bonds.
Well, I believe, sir, from what I've been seeing from my timesheet, I do not have no detainer. Just to let you know.
Well, that's why I'm telling you, if you don't have a detainer and you get released, you need to make sure you contact Mr. Salinas and show up for court.
Okay,
Your Honor, I
well, sir.
apologize.
Sir, do
If I
Mr.
can get Mr. Cavazos' date of birth.
My date of birth is February 2nd, 1989.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm looking at a mugshot, Your Honor. I don't think this is the same defendant.
No, okay, look, Marcos, we've got an audio. The COSS 17C.
Oh, that's Mr. Cos. Oh, okay, then Mr. Cos is also online?
Yeah, that's somebody else. You're looking at the wrong defendant.
Okay, I apologize. Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I make an announcement? This is Attorney.
Yes, you can, Mr. Lozano. We're going to take those up. We're taking care of the out of town.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge.
And we were going to do that promptly.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Cavazos, any questions then? To make sure you've got that September 26th in the 406 with Judge Hale on the 4th floor.
With 404, hold on, sir, hold on. 406 with Judge Hill.
Judge Hale, right.
Okay.
September 26th, 9 a.m. But as soon as you get out, it might be advisable that you call Mr. Omar Salinas, your attorney down here, as soon as possible, okay?
Okay, Salinas, and who am I speaking to right now?
This is Judge Garcia.
Judge Garcia. Okay, Judge Garcia. All right, sir. Thank you. We'll sure do.
Mr. Cavazos, can I provide you with my number?
Yes, sir. Who's this?
This is Omar Salinas.
Your attorney.
Salinas. Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
956-523-4120.
4120. All right. Could I go ahead and call you, sir, between one of these days?
Sure. We'll
All right. All right, sir. Thank you, Mr. Salinas.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cost. We'll see you back in September.
Sure.
I thought we were taking Mr. Cost off the docket. Alma.
That was Mr. Cavazos you were talking to, Judge.
I know, but there's a Mr. Cost on the phone.
Mr. Cos is not mine.
Oh.
I'm right here.
That's
I
the
don't got control.
46.
I don't have control, but I could get somebody to help me.
Hold on, Mr. Cos.
Omar Salinas from Mr. Cost, Your Honor.
Which docket is he on? Oh,
He's on the 406, Your Honor, page 2.
Second page.
Is this your case too, Mr. Salinas?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what do we, let me call the case. I should have called the other case too. The court calls 2020 CRI 1492 D4, the state of Texas versus Michael David Koss. Okay, we're here on a MTR final hearing. Mr. Salinas, are you ready to proceed or are we going to reset this?
No, Your Honor, we were going to ask for a reset. The reason being, well, we didn't think they were going to bring Mr. Koss, first of all. However, when I spoke to his attorney in San Antonio, I was under the impression his case that he has pending there was going to get dismissed. That's what she had announced to me. It seems that that is not the case since he's still in custody. So we were going to ask just for another setting, Your Honor, and to try to get the case resolved. If the case over there does get dismissed, then it should resolve this case. I have been discussing with Ms. Calderon about the case, Your Honor. So I'm not sure when his next setting is in San Antonio. If we could have just a setting after that, Your Honor.
Mr. Koss, do you know? You go ahead, Mr. Koss. Oh, you have to unmute yourself. There you go.
They said, oh, I got court on June 13th in San Antonio. But I was just wondering if I could get a bond for the MTR that I have over there in Laredo. Because they said that I had a hold for the MTR, but they sent me over there and they brought me back over here. They like, I was here in Bexar County. I didn't have anything. Then when they sent me to Webb County, that same day I got a warrant over here. So then they put me a hold. I couldn't go back to I couldn't like bond out or anything. I had a hold. The man do without bond, something like that. I was just wondering if I could get a bond.
Mr. Koss, what do you expect? Has your attorney told you anything about what to expect?
No, because I'm gonna start to
on June 23rd.
No, not yet, but I mean, I believe he's gonna speak to me. I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, Your Honor.
Oh, you told me I have to be in the hospital for 1 year, huh? Like,
Mr. Salinas, do you have any, your information is that he's going to have his charges dismissed?
Yeah, hopefully for the rest of my life.
Yes, when I spoke to his attorney, I believe her name is Miss Russell over there in Bexar County. She had mentioned that she was fairly certain that the case was going to get dismissed. However, when I spoke to Ms. Calderon, the ADA in charge of this motion to revoke yesterday or the day before, last week, I mean, she said that they may be going to trial. So we didn't want to request the bond just yet, because if the case was going to get dismissed, it was going to resolve all the issues. Ms. Calderon was going to remove the MTR or ask to withdraw the MTR here, and he was not going to have a hold any longer. So we're asking if we could have maybe a two-week reset, Your Honor. That way, if the case is not going to get resolved in San Antonio, then I could file a motion. That way, the court can take it under advisement and make a decision if they're going to grant that bond or not.
Okay, so let's do this then. Marco, what do you have? July 10th or earlier, right around that time?
Yes, Your Honor, we have July 5th at 8:30. If you think July 11th at 9.
No, July 5th. And Mr. Koss?
I just say something.
Yeah. So, yeah, your attorney just explained to me that if the charges get dismissed over there, the motion to revoke is going to be taken away, so you won't have a detainer. But I'll tell you that if I'm doing the in custody, and I've been doing a lot of these, especially in the summer, that I will consider giving you a bond at that time, okay, so that you can get out. You won't be held strictly, well, you'll have to meet the bond conditions, but we will take that up at that time on the 5th of July, okay?
It's because I've been trying to bond out so I could like do this outside there and like fight the case from outside, because like I could get another lawyer. So it could, I've been trying to get another lawyer so he could help me with this whole situation. But inside here I can't do nothing. Like I'm just trapped in here. Like I want to be out there so I could like really get this dropped.
Well, I mean, but you're being held right now because you have charges in San Antonio. We can't do anything about that. But if those get taken care of, we'll definitely consider, and there may not be any need for it that time, okay? We'll just have to wait and see what San Antonio does with the charges you have pending over there.
And Your Honor, if I may, if the case, I'll speak to his attorney in San Antonio, and if it's not going to get resolved before then, I will file a motion, and maybe we can have a hearing before then, or the court can consider it at another session.
Yeah, file it in one of the bond reviews that we do every Wednesday, and we'll do it immediately.
Yes, Your Honor.
And this is a state jail felony, so I can't, I mean, he's 19 years old. He will get bond, and we'll give him the opportunity to get out. Okay, so we'll do that, but let's see what happens in the San Antonio case.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cox.
Can I just say one more thing?
Okay, hurry, yeah.
I've been trying to like call this lady, the what's her name, but she's not answering my mom anymore. Nothing, like she ain't even answering anymore.
What lady?
My attorney.
Ms. Russell.
I need to be
evaluated.
I believe he's talking about his attorney in San Antonio, Your Honor. I'll make an attempt to talk to her.
She had checked. She checked that if I had an MTL over here, and they said that I was cleared, and then now I'm not cleared, and it's just like really confusing. Like I don't know what's going on. Like they said that I was cleared.
Your Laredo Webb County attorney is going to follow up on that. He's not really obligated to do that, but he's going to do that for you to help clear this up for you, okay?
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Salinas. All right, Mr. Cost, good luck, and we'll see you soon, at the latest on July 5th. Okay, is that it for San Antonio? Who is the, okay. So before we start with the Webb County docket, do we have, Mr. Lozano, you had an announcement? And any other defense attorneys, get ready.
Yes, Your Honor. I represent Jose Luis Rios Soto out of the 49th, Your Honor. We were set for an MTR final hearing. I attempted to visit with my client yesterday at the Webb County Jail. However, they informed me that he was with medical. So I don't know what his position is. I did speak with Mr. Thompson about this, and he has no objection to move this case for a later date to see if we can, I can speak to my client before now and then.
Okay, that's on page 10. The court calls 2017 CRM 1174D1, the state of Texas versus Jose Luis Rios Soto. We're going to reset this for how much time? You need about 2 weeks?
Yes, Your Honor. I think that should be sufficient time.
All right, we're going to set it for the 23rd of June at 1:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defendant present, Judge?
That's actually him, Your Honor.
Right there?
Yes, sir. Jose Luis Rios Soto.
I forgot. Señor Soto, ¿entiende inglés? No. Buenas tardes, señor Soto. Estaba informando a su abogado que estaba enfermo y no pudo ir a visitar contigo.
Bien.
Le vamos a reemplazar su causa y vas a regresar el día 23 de junio.
Ok.
A las 8:30, ¿ok?
Sí, está bien.
Ok. ¿Tiene COVID o algo?
No, estoy bien. Nomás los ojos son los que me duelen.
No, I'm fine.
No
Just
miro
my
bien.
eyes hurt. I can't see very well.
Bueno, es que estabas en la enfermería y no pudo ir a visitarte, así es que le vamos a dar un poquito de tiempo para a tu abogado para que vaya y te explique cómo va tu causa, pero va a ser la audiencia final el día 23 de junio.
¿Cómo estamos hoy?
El día 8.
Ay.
En 2 semanas.
Your Honor, if I could get something sooner, I'll inform the court coordinators.
Okay, there's another date on the 15th, so if you get it figured out, make sure they get them on the docket.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I
And that'll be with me, so.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yes, you're
Have a
excused.
good day, Judge.
Any other agreed resets?
He's done. He's done.
I have a few, Your Honor. This is Anali Vargas. Good afternoon.
No, but yeah, you have a plea?
No, a few agreed resets
Oh,
on the
Which
49th docket.
49th docket, go ahead.
Page 3, 4, and 5, Jose Alberto Salinas.
3.
I have a general offer for him, but he has a lot of cases, not only on the docket, but he has some pending. So I just need to speak to some prosecutors to get a detailed offer, you know, like what's going to happen specifically in the offer with each case, Judge. So we can just get a reset on that.
How many weeks are you looking at?
A few.
July 5th?
Yes, I think so.
So we're gonna set all those cases for Jose Alberto Salinas Jr. for July 5th at 8:30 a.m. Hopefully for a plea. I guess we'll put plea status.
Okay.
And
He
so-
wants 52 weeks, Judge.
Hold on a second, Mr. Trevino. So, Jill, you don't have to bring out Mr. Salinas.
Jose Alberto Junior Salinas. Yes, Your Honor. He'll be reset.
Okay, next.
Yes, Your Honor. Then I have Eric Pedro Rodriguez. He's on page 6 and 7. It says trial status. It's really, I'd prefer it be called status only, Judge, only because what I hear from one of the prosecutors in the unit, Mr. Roy Soto, is that there may be a new outcry. And so I'm pending that evidence that there may be a new charge that they're looking into, deciding if it's going to be presented to the grand jury or not. The new prosecutor is Cristina Rodriguez. She says she's going to speak to Mr. Soto, see what information she could give me in regards to that. I do have a new offer from them. So maybe if we can put it instead of trial status, just status.
Good afternoon, Judge Cristina Rodriguez for the state. I did confer with Ms. Vargas earlier this morning, and that's all correct. We're not able to reset.
So when do you want the status hearing set for?
Probably a month. I'm also going to put in a motion to reduce bond, and I did confer with Ms. Rodriguez just on the idea of doing that. We haven't spoken about whether it's going to be agreed or not, but I want some time so that the court can look at whatever it's going to need to look at before that.
Yeah, this one will have to be studied. So, I mean, and you can file that whenever.
Sure.
And again, y'all aren't taking advantage of the bond reviews we do on Wednesday, which is a lot quicker. And we do have the criminal history presented to us prior to those hearings. So there's no delay in a decision being made.
Okay.
So let's say July 13th.
Oh, shit, that's freaking annoying.
At 1:30 p.m. for status hearing.
Okay. And then I have David Gonzalez, that's on page 7 and 8.
Okay.
So for David Gonzalez, I do have a lot of evidence. Most of the evidence is up there. I think the state is pending one translation, but there's one important piece of evidence that they tell me they see it as uploaded, but I'm not able to view it. So Mr. Rodriguez, the prosecutor, told me that I can give him a CD and he will gladly give me that video, Judge. So we're still pending that evidence. I just need a little bit of time so he can get that to me.
Well, you're here on motion settings, so.
I'd be requesting one more motion setting just so I can look at that video and see if there's anything else that I may need to put in as a motion.
That's a fair request. Okay, so let's do that. We'll reset the motion. How much time do you think you need to look at the motion? I mean, look at the evidence and then file your motions?
At maybe the July 5th, because I'm sure if I get them the CD, they'll get it to me fairly quickly.
All right, let's do that then. Let's reset the motion setting for Mr. David Gonzalez for the 5th at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
And David Gonzalez does not have to be brought out.
Thank you, Judge. My other one will have to be brought out.
Okay. Any other attorneys with agreed resets?
Your Honor, Victor Villafranca. I'm here on behalf of Reynaldo Garza. It's a D3 case.
D3, all right. Hold on a sec.
He has 2 cases, Judge.
Did you
Yes,
say
Your Honor.
Reynaldo Garza?
That's correct.
Hold on. Here we go. The court calls 2020 CRM 671D3 and 2021 CRM 945D3 in the state of Texas versus Reynaldo Garza. And what's the agreed reset?
Well, Your Honor, we wanted to have a plea in this case, but the drug court program, we got to do the application and things of that nature. Mr. Thompson and I have spoken yesterday. We've come to an agreement on a PR bond, a $10,000 PR bond through pretrial services with drug testing every other week. That's our agreement, Judge.
Well, submit the order and we'll get it. But do you need a reset for, I mean, it was set for arraignment today. So we're going to hold off on that?
Your Honor, I've arraigned him on his other case.
Your Honor, it's a pretrial, Your Honor.
You're right, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the case below that. I'm sorry. His last name is Garza as well. Hold on a second. It's on. Tell him to look under Associate Judge or David Garcia and it will pop up. Yeah, more than that. I don't know how, I could never find them, but I know people have typed in Associate Judge David Garcia and they can log on there.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't ask. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll submit the agreed order in that case, but we do need a reset. Let me try to get him out first with that PR bond.
So we need the regular, Alma, do you have, oh no, I'm sorry.
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. July 7th at 8:30, Your Honor, on a regular docket.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Make
Judge,
sure,
may I?
Mr. Villafranca, he's
Right,
not
Judge?
being brought out. He's not being brought out, so make sure he knows about that.
Is that for Garza Jesus or Garza Reynaldo Jr.?
Reynaldo.
Reynaldo.
All right, reset.
Judge, may I?
Yes.
Kathy Martinez, the clerk. It's gonna be 10,000 PR bond through pretrial services on both cases? Should I,
10,000 and 10,000.
10,000 on each?
Garza, reset.
Correct.
Okay. Because I have to prepare the dispo. Should I wait for the order to be signed first, Judge, or should I just go ahead and prepare the dispo?
Mr. Villafranca, where's the order now?
I need to prepare it, Judge, so if she prepared a dispo, I'd appreciate that. Mr. Thompson is in agreement.
Because usually I leave after 5 and I have to prepare everything. Or should I wait until tomorrow?
He can wait. Can he wait till, he can wait till tomorrow since he's getting out? Not so, that way. He's not overwhelmed by all the good news. So,
Okay, Judge, thank you.
all right.
Just so I know, Judge, I do not need to prepare the order then?
Yes.
Yeah, no, go, but the dispo will go out tomorrow, but yeah, go prepare the order and make it done quicker that way.
That's fine.
Yes.
That's fine, Judge. I'll get that done to you, and I'll get this e-file right now.
Well, if you have my email, you may be better served sending it straight to me.
Sounds good. I don't have your email, Judge.
David G. @webcountytx.gov.
Your Honor, maybe heard, I would ask that I be CC'd on it. I'm okay with the PR bond. I just want to make sure the drug testing is on there.
Yes.
Good point.
And that's just the order, Judge, not a motion in order, just the order?
No, just the order. Just send me the order. I've written it down here on the docket, what I'm signing.
I'll get them both to you all right now. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Villafranca, anything else? Any other cases on agreed resets?
I do have another case, Judge. I believe it's a brand new case set for consultation. I would like him to come out, so I'll wait. Please call.
Okay, any other attorneys with agreed resets? We can take them off the docket.
Judge,
Yes,
I don't know if I have an agreed reset, but I have a case where I want to withdraw.
have you filed a motion? Is that one of the motions?
No, Your Honor, I was just beginning having a lot of problems with this family.
Well, I
And-
know, but we're gonna have to bring the client out, and if he's not out right now, I'm not gonna take it up.
Okay,
So yeah, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to wait for that.
okay, that's fine.
So, yeah, he may decide that he loves you and doesn't want you to leave.
Not hardly.
All right,
Okay, I'll wait.
sorry about that. Okay, anyone else?
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes,
Omar Salinas, 406, Your Honor. A
What?
couple of announcements.
okay,
On page 3 at the top, Your Honor, Gilberto Vela Jr.,
in the 49?
406, Your Honor. Page 3.
All right, Mr. Vela?
Yes, Your Honor. On that case, there is an agreed reset with the state, Your Honor. Mr. Vela has another case out of the 341st that we're trying to work together with this motion to revoke. He is set for the 21st of July in that other case, Your Honor. If we could get something close to that date, it doesn't have to be after. I think we're going to get the cases resolved. It is time to serve on both of them, so.
So we have, well, actually, we have July 20th.
That'll be perfect, Your Honor.
That'll be back here, it'll be with me. At 1:30 PM, July 20th.
And that's for 2021 CRI 715D4, Gilberto Vela Jr.
That's correct. So that'll be for entry plea,
Yeah, it'll be a final hearing, Your Honor.
final hearing, yeah,
And it should get resolved on that day.
or declaration, I guess.
And on that same page, Your Honor, at the bottom, Michael Anthony Ruiz.
Court calls 2015 CRD 41D4, State of Texas versus Michael Anthony Reese.
And this is also a motion to revoke final hearing, Your Honor. I did a drug court program referral either yesterday or today, Your Honor, and we're just waiting to see if he will be accepted into that program to see if the case will be resolved that way. So we won't know until he gets either accepted or not accepted into that program. So we're asking for just a 2-week reset, Your Honor, so we can get the confirmation if he gets accepted into it or not. Your Honor.
Well, we reset this for June 23rd at 1:30 PM.
Reset Michael Anthony Reese for June when, Your Honor?
June 23rd.
June 23rd. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. No.
And then my last case, Your Honor, that I have an announcement on page 4 at the top, Juan Francisco Leiva.
Court calls 2021 CRD 184D4, State of Texas versus Juan Francisco Leiva.
This is also a motion to revoke, Your Honor. He has another case in the 341st as well that we're trying to work out together. They're both time to serve. We're just trying to see how much time he's going to get on that other case, Your Honor, before we plead true on this one. He has court on the 5th of July in that case in the 341st. So we're asking something close to that date, Your Honor.
Well,
more.
There's the 23rd of June and there's the 13th of July.
The 13th of July would be good, Your Honor. And if we need to push it up, we can push it up. It's going to be a plea on the other.
Who was that for?
On Juan Francisco Leiva,
Okay,
cause
thank
number
you, Judge.
2021 CRD 184D4.
July 13th, Your Honor.
Yeah, so 1:30.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And that's all I have.
Any other attorneys with agreed announcements? All right, let's turn it over to the jail. Who do you have ready for us at the jail?
Your Honor, we'll be starting with Linda Rodriguez from the 49th.
She's on page 2, Judge.
The court calls 2020 CRK 492D1, State of Texas versus Linda Rodriguez. Good afternoon, Ms. Rodriguez. Do you understand English?
Yes,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
Mr. Trevino, is this yours? 49?
Your Honor, this is Ms. Vargas. She's on right now.
Hi, Your Honor, I'm here.
Hello, Ms. Vargas. Is this the motion to withdraw as counsel?
Yes, we filed a motion to withdraw. Ms. Rodriguez actually wants another attorney. The concern I had was that she was telling me that that she didn't want to sign the plea packet, that I had forced her to sign a plea packet and whatnot. So, of course, I'm not too worried about that. I know the court admonishes them regarding the pleas, but I just think we've reached a point where it's better for her and me if she gets another attorney.
Who's here from pretrial services?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Valerie Villarreal with pretrial.
Good to see you again, Valerie. Hold on a second there. So, Ms. Rodriguez, I'm going to go ahead and assign another attorney for you, but that's not necessarily going to change your situation. You can change lawyers all you want. It doesn't, I guess it doesn't change the fact patterns that the district attorney's office is looking at. That's not me telling you you have to take a plea. That's not what I'm saying at all. But this is not, we're not going to keep doing this because you don't like the outcome. But who knows, maybe another attorney might reach a little bit different outcome in the offer that the state's making. But normally the district attorney's office, they work really hard at trying to make you the best offer under the circumstances. And, you know, unless something's going to change dramatically, don't expect to see a better deal just because you're switching attorneys. But again, I'm going to give you that opportunity, and maybe the new attorney will try something that might better your position or give you a better understanding of why the offer is the way it is. And of course, you always have the option to saying you want to go to trial. I mean, that's your right. But that's what's going to happen if you're not going to plea, is this case is going to be set for trial. So,
And Your Honor, sorry to interrupt, but this is actually a motion to revoke. So she had pled and she has some new charges pending.
oh, yeah, well, that. Yeah, that's especially not going to change. Okay, so sorry. Well, yeah, you're still free to have a hearing on the motion to revoke. The same thing applies, but maybe you need to hear it differently from a different person. And I'm going to give you that opportunity, but what'll probably end up happening at the next final hearing. I'll set it for a status and then we'll do the final hearing after that. And that way we'll let the new attorney get up to speed on everything that's going on.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
For the court's information, Judge Ms. Rodriguez does have pending cases at County Court at Law 1 where the public defender represents her there as well. The next attorney in line will be Mario Castillo, Judge.
Well, let's go ahead and appoint him then to, or is a public, well, there's a different public defender on those other cases. I mean, I think that would be up to Judge Villarreal and or Judge Martinez to make a decision whether they're going to switch attorneys. As far as this case goes, let's go ahead and appoint Mr. Castillo and see what, see where he gets with this case.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll take you the order in a little bit.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yeah.
Quisieras hablar con Gabriel Nieto. Si puede representarme Gabriel Nieto.
I would like to speak to Gabriel Nieto, if Gabriel Nieto could represent me.
No, you can ask for another attorney, but since they're court appointed, you don't get to pick your attorney. I get it.
Okay, when is the next court date?
Let's give Mr. Castillo some time. We're going to set this for a status on, when is my next? I want to set it for July 20th at 1:30, and that's going to be back here with me.
Le vamos a dar tiempo al señor Castillo, se lo vamos a poner para el 20 de julio a la 1:30 aquí conmigo.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, and I'll sign the order withdrawal.
We bring you the next inmate, Your Honor?
Yes. Okay, good luck, Ms. Rodriguez. We'll see you on the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Who's the attorney? Who's that attorney she referring to?
He's with the public defender's office, Judge Gabriel Nieto.
Oh.
He's assigned to the 341st.
Your Honor, we have from the 341st, Melendez Cristina.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Argel is having trouble logging in.
Did he talk to you on the phone, Raquel?
Yes, you're calling the office, Your Honor. They're telling us that he's having trouble logging in.
Did he mention what they were going to do with this case?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Melendez, do you understand English?
Yes, sir.
Has your attorney been to see you in the last few days?
No, but he talked to my husband and told him that I was going to take a deal of 3 years. And he was hoping to get the 2-for-1.
Well, we'll do this. I mean, you're getting credit.
Yes.
Obviously for type server. We're going to your attorney's having problems logging on. So what I'm going to do is you'll be back here in 7 days. You'll be back here with me on the 15th of June at 1:30.
Okay.
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 And then that'll give your attorney time to go talk to you and explain to you the offer from the state on your motion to revoke.
I get the 3 years. How much do I have to do?
You haven't, the court hasn't given you the 3 years, so I'd rather not, let's not talk about your case until your attorney's here.
Okay.
And the offer may change between now and then, but we'll be back here on the 15th, okay?
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
I'll see you in 7 days.
Yes, sir.
We'll be bringing in the next inmate, Your Honor.
Okay. Let Mr. Algilt know that he'll be back in 7 days.
Yes, Your Honor.
Porque,
Okay.
Roberto Villarreal, Gerardo Roberto Villarreal.
Your Honor, Roberto Gerardo Villarreal from the 406. Okay.
Page 4, Judge.
Omar Salinas for Mr. Villarreal, Your Honor.
Court calls 2020 CRL 34D4, State of Texas versus Roberto Gerardo Villarreal. Do you understand English, Mr. Villarreal?
Sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
And in this case, Your Honor, we did file a plea agreement. I'm not sure if it's been accepted yet. We barely did it, probably at 12 or 1.
That's correct, Judge.
I don't have it here, but ooh, are these time to serve cases?
No, Your Honor, this is a probation offer, Your Honor. It's a 5 for 5.
Is he going to be pleading out to 1 count or what?
Yes, Your Honor, just to count 1.
The first degree felony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who's the Mr. Thompson?
Yes, Your Honor.
So everything's in order. I mean, we can kind of proceed, can't we?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Villarreal, your attorney has been informing me that you've reached an agreement with the state of Texas and that you want to enter into a plea today, a plea of guilty?
Sure.
Okay, the first thing I have to do is ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear testimony you will give in this cause now on trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Is your true and correct name Roberto Gerardo Villarreal?
Yes, sir.
And you're here with your attorney, Mr. Omar Salinas. Have you had enough time to ask him questions about your case, and has he explained to you what's going to happen here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anything that I need to hear about that prevents you from understanding what is happening? You understand what we're doing here today?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Okay. Have you been satisfied with the services Mr. Salinas has provided you?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Salinas, do you believe your client to be competent to go forward with trial today?
I believe he is, Your Honor, and we can proceed.
All right. So, Mr. Villarreal, did your attorney present to you a plea package that you signed?
Yes, sir.
And in that plea package, there are certain rights that you, when you sign that you're giving up. I'm going to cover a few of those to make sure you understand some of these rights that you're giving up. The first one is that you have the right to remain silent. You do not have to plead guilty today. You have a right to have a jury hear your case, jury assess your punishment. If there are witnesses and evidence against you, you have a right to confront them at trial. If we go forward today, do you understand that you're giving up these rights?
Yes, sir.
Also, if I go along with the agreement and I sentence you along the lines of the agreement that you have with the state of Texas, you cannot complain about that punishment unless you get special permission from this court. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And I have to ask everyone this question. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Sir.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And even though you're telling me that you are a U.S. citizen, again, I have to tell everyone that if you are not a U.S. citizen, pleading guilty could subject you to deportation, denied reentry to the United States, and denied the right to become a U.S. citizen. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Also, I have to warn you that when a person is found guilty in the state of Texas for a first-degree felony charge, the maximum punishment that they can get is a term from 5 to 99 years in the state prison and a fine up to $10,000. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And knowing all these things, you still want to go forward with your plea of guilty today?
Yes, sir.
Is the defense waiving formal reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor, we waive that at this time.
Okay. Mr. Villarreal, as to count 1, the possession or manufacturing or delivery of a controlled substance, felony 1, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, sir.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Has anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
And aside from the agreement that you have with the state of Texas, has anyone promised you anything else?
No, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you're accepting responsibility for that offense?
Yes, sir.
Did your attorney explain to you everything that was in that plea package you signed with him?
Yes, sir.
Is the state going to be offering state's exhibits? Is it 1 and 2 or just? You're on mute, Mr. Thompson.
My apologies. Yes, 1 and 2, Your Honor.
Objections, Your Honor.
Okay, state's exhibits 1 and 2 is going to be admitted. Mr. Villarreal, based on your testimony and the evidence before the court, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty today. I'm finding that it has been made freely and voluntarily, and I'm going to find you guilty of the offense of either possession, manufacturing, or delivery of a controlled substance, felony 1. Anything to cover before moving on to punishment?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. What is the proffered recommendation or the offer made from the state, Mr. Salinas?
Yes, Your Honor, it's 5 years to serve, probated for 5 years. There is a $500 fine. There's 400 hours of community service with 4 for 1 on 300 of those. And for 100 of those, the state wants him to do those at some place where he has to do it physically in person. And half of those hours to be due and half of the time. And then count 2 is going to be dismissed. And he is admitting that he is not taking blame or exonerating anyone else that was involved in this case, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may be heard, just in case, so there's no confusion. It may have been 50 hours or may have been 100 hours, but we're asking for just 4 for 1 on 50 hours up front and the rest to be him to be given the 4 for 1. I'm not sure what the plea packet says.
Yeah, that's kind of a drastic. What Mr. Salinas said, it was 4 for 1 on the first 400 hours. That's not correct?
No, it's no 4 for 1 on 50 hours. Okay. And 4 for 1 on the rest, which would be 350 hours.
Yeah, on the plea packet, it says 100 hours. If that could just be changed, Your Honor.
Okay, we're okay with the change, Your Honor.
I'll do the amendment once the plea package, but let me make sure I've got it. So it's no 4 for 1 on 50 hours to be completed within the first half of the time, within 2.5 years, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the rest, the other 350 can be a 4 for 1.
Which would also be due during the first half of the first term.
So everything's due in the first half of the term.
Right.
Mr. Villarreal, did you hear that exchange between your lawyer and Mr. Thompson from the district attorney's office? The court is going to approve that, which is basically you're going to be sentenced to 5 years to serve, but that's going to be probated for 5 years. You will be required to pay a $500 fine. The state is going to dismiss count 2. You will have to complete 400 hours of community service within the first half of the term. You will be allowed 4-for-1 on 350 of those hours, but 50 of those hours will actually have to be done in person. What about court costs?
Court costs, it's gonna be $535. Crime Stoppers, $50. $180 for lab fees, and attorney's fees, $500.
We are asking if we can apply credit of time served towards those fees, Your Honor, and all his fees.
We'll grant him credit. What were the lab fees?
$180.
Crime Stoppers 50, and I think I missed one. Court costs 35, Crime Stoppers 50, lab fees 180.
500 attorney's fees, and the fine 500 on the fine.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I got the fine.
So credit for time served towards the court cost?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Any questions, Mr. Villarreal?
No, sir.
All right, good luck, sir. You should be processed. You probably not till tomorrow, so just be patient, okay?
All right, thank you so very much. Appreciate
Your
it.
Honor,
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry. Can I have a telephone number for Mr. Villarreal? I'm sorry.
You'll be out soon, Mr. Villarreal. Yeah, phone number?
Phone number 596-290-4095.
And do you need him to report tomorrow?
If he is released, Your Honor, can you please court order him to report?
Tomorrow?
Yeah, more than likely, since they haven't brought me the plea package, it won't be signed till tomorrow morning. So you should be released tomorrow. So as soon as you get released, you need to go, whatever day that is. I mean, if it's after 5, the next day, go to the probation office. I am ordering that.
Right here in the downtown?
Yes, downtown.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, good luck, Mr. Villarreal.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right.
Your Honor, from the 406, Jorge Alberto Flores from the 406.
The court calls 2018 CRM 1392 D4, the state of Texas versus Jorge Alberto Flores.
Omar Salinas for Mr. Flores, Your Honor.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes, Your Honor, this is a motion to revoke hearing. There is an agreement. The state has conveyed a recommendation of ISF with both tracks, behavioral and the drug component, a 1-year extension and 0 tolerance. And in exchange of his acceptance of that, they will withdraw the motion to revoke, Your Honor. And Mr. Flores has accepted that.
Mr. Flores, do you understand English?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did Mr. Salinas explain to you the agreement that you've entered into with the state?
Sir.
They're going to withdraw the motion to revoke your probation, but you're going to have to complete the 2 tracks of the ISF, which is inpatient treatment. And your probation is going to be extended for a year, and you're going to be on what they call 0 tolerance. So it's going to be difficult when you're at the treatment, but when you get out, okay, you're going to have to also be mindful of all the requirements of probation, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, Mr. Flores. Anything further, Mr. Salinas?
No, Your Honor, that's all.
All right, good luck, Mr. Flores.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right.
Varela.
Your Honor, from the 49th, Emilio Varela.
Good afternoon, Mr. Varela. You understand English?
Yes, sir, Mr. David Garcia.
Mr. Varela, let me call your
Morning,
case.
everybody.
Court calls 2022 CRH 240D1, the state of Texas versus Emilio Varela.
Yes, Your Honor. It's Fred Trevino for Mr. Varela. Your Honor, we don't have an agreement, and we ask for a reset and at the next setting. Also, we're requesting another bond reduction. His bond is set at $27,000 total, and he's been in custody over 100 days, approximately 113 days, Your Honor.
All right, let's. So we're gonna set this for motion settings, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Alma, when?
How much time, Brett? Brett,
Say that again.
how much time?
At least 3 or 4 weeks. There's some. We need to get some. We're looking for some evidence, so we need a little time.
July 13?
July 13th.
Is that good?
That's fine.
Okay, at 1:30. I'll be with Judge Lopez.
Mr. Trevino, based on what I'm hearing, it sounds like he's already gotten some bond reductions.
Yes, Your Honor. He had one bond reduction, and it's $27,000. He's still unable to post bond, Your Honor. He's indigent. He's been appointed to us, and we're just requesting another bond reduction, or if not, perhaps through pretrial services so he can be monitored.
Were you living with family, Mr.?
I just got out of prison and
Hey, Your Honor, he lives with his mom.
I live with my mom.
At 470
470 Hernandez
Street, Your Honor.
Does the state have a position on bond? Was that agreed to, the prior bond?
No, Your Honor. I don't know about the prior one.
Oh, Mr. Rodriguez is tied up in.
Yes, and I've been trying to get in touch with Mr. Rodriguez and both Rodriguez's, Joaquin and Joe, but they're in trial.
Yeah, no, I know that they're next door. So we can move this along I'd like some input from the state on this. Mr. Varela,
Yes,
you've
sir.
already got a reduction, but I'm willing to consider your case again. You are looking at a first-degree felony, aggravated robbery. And what I want to do, without getting into too much, what I'll do, Mr. Trevino, is this my first or second week? Valerie, are you in earshot of Jennifer?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me call her over.
So you said, do I qualify?
I'm going to consider giving you a bond reduction, Mr. Varela.
She's here, Judge.
Jen, can you, let me give you the particulars for Mr. Varela. His date of birth is 6/30/1992. Emilio Varela, his cause number is 2022 CRH 240D1. I'll need the required criminal history on this and the complaint. Mr. Trevino, depending on how how the trial is going with, it'll probably be next week. I'll take it up on the bond review.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll send notice to Mr. Rodriguez. And at that time, I'll log on at 3, like we always do.
Okay.
And I'll consider doing something to give him an opportunity to get out. And that way, if I do make a modification, I'll have it on the system, which will have to report.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Varela, I'm going to try to lower your bond, but I want to look at some of the stuff in your case and in your past. Your attorney is going to also present additional facts and circumstances about your living arrangement and anything else that I need to consider. And your attorney will tell you, I will take it into account and give you every opportunity that you're entitled to try to get out. I am a little bit concerned about the charge. I will tell you that, but again, I understand you're innocent until proven guilty, but there are new requirements that I have to consider before doing it again, because you've already gotten one bond reduction. And I want to see what the circumstances were regarding that before I do it again. So, but I'll give your attorney the opportunity and the state to respond as well. Okay, but I promise you that your case will not be forgotten. Okay?
Okay, sir.
All right, good luck, Mr. Varela. And then we're going to reset this. I mean, no, we're going to set it for motion.
July 13th, Your Honor.
All right.
July the 13th? And you say you're gonna work on the bond reduction, yes, right?
Yes, and I'm going to work on the bond reduction with your attorney next week. I do those every Wednesday.
Oh, it's gonna be next week?
Yes. Now, you may not be present. You're present now, but I don't have your criminal history in front of me, which I'm required to look at now before I adjust bonds. Okay?
Okay.
All right, and your attorney, Mr. Trevino, will inform you of the end result. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Good luck, Mr. Varela. We'll be talking soon.
Okay. Thank you.
Take care. Jennifer, are you still there?
Daniel. We can hear you, Judge.
Okay. Just remind me tomorrow, if you would, please.
Okay, Judge.
Your Honor, Daniel Valdenegro from the 49th.
Page 15.
Hold on a second. Hey, Alex. What page?
15. 1-5.
The court calls 2022 CRM 392 D1, the state of Texas versus Daniel Valdenegro.
Honor, Victor Villafranca, I was called yesterday by pretrial services. I think I was just appointed yesterday.
Your Honor, if I may, that's correct. Mr. Valdenegro was interviewed. Mr. Villafranca was next on the wheel. Judge Lopez signed the order this morning.
Okay, so I'll give you an option here. We can do a reset of your consultation hearing or do motion settings.
Motion setting is fine, Judge.
Yes.
I'd like to also ask for a bond and see if Mr. Thompson, or I think Mr. Thompson's handling this case, if we can come to some kind of an agreement for a bond. Since I was appointed yesterday, I didn't have an opportunity to give him a call on this case. I was appointed late yesterday. So maybe we can come up with something today.
I would like to also make a special thanks because if I wasn't here, I wasn't dropping the shit. Because I was in the drugs, and thank God that I'm here, that I'm in jail because I already dropped it. Special thanks. Thank you, Judge.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't think I was the one specifically that put you in. Was it me? Well, you weren't in drug court, were you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I already spent like 2 weeks and something, and also I already dropped it, and I'm not going back. That's why I'm saying you a special thanks, because if I wasn't here, I wouldn't drop it, man.
No, I didn't. Yeah. Is this, well, this is a new charge, though. What do you know about the charge, Mr. Franca?
Absolutely nothing, Judge. I was just appointed late yesterday.
Mr. Thompson, can you shed any lights on the,
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I wasn't paying attention to this particular case. Which one is this? Is this on the 49th docket?
yes, it's on page 15, State of Texas versus Daniel Valdenegro. He's in on a state jail felony. Apparently, I referred him from drug court to jail, he says, but I'm not sure.
May I, Judge?
Yes.
On May 20th, 2022, there was a warrant issue for failure to appear. That's why he's in custody.
Oh, so he's been in jail for 2 months now.
This was on May.
May.
Yeah, on May 31st, they picked him up.
Okay, I was thinking this was July, May 31st.
Yeah.
Does anyone know what his original bond was?
It was
5,000 cash bail surety.
5,000 cash bail?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Villafranca?
Yes, Judge.
You haven't had any opportunity to talk to your client about any of it?
Nothing, Judge. It was
I
late
know you
yesterday.
just got appointed, but
Nothing, Judge. I'm sorry.
just out of luck that maybe you were down there seeing someone else.
No, sir.
Look, what I can do right now, Mr. Valdenegro, were you working?
Yes, sir. I work every day.
Where do you work at?
Well, I work by myself. I sell candy apples every day. Candy apple, chamoy con tamarindo, chocolate con nuez, chocolate con Oreo. And like everybody knows me in the casinos and in the restaurants every day. So I have my five daughters. Is the two in TAMIU. They're going to college. Is the other one. The reason that I didn't went to court is because it was the graduation from the third one that is going to middle school. That's why I failed. And when I report back, they couldn't make any changes. But that was the only reason that I wasn't going to court.
Okay, Mr. Valdenegro, let me tell you what I'm going to do on your case. I'm gonna give you a PR bond through pretrial services. So you're gonna sign yourself out. You understand that if anything happens, it's coming back to me and I'm gonna be plenty upset.
I'll be there, sir. I'll be there.
So Valerie, I'm gonna do a 3,000 PR bond for Mr. Valdenegro through pretrial services with the condition that he report twice a month through pretrial services.
Yes, Your Honor. Can I just have a phone number, Judge, please, to contact his family about the bond?
775-8613.
And that's 3,000 PR bond through pretrial services. That's correct, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you.
Valerie, when do you all need him to report?
Your Honor, if it's going to be a PR bond through pretrial, he's still going to be charged the 3% administrative fee. So as soon as his family pays that fee, Judge, it would be the next day.
Wait, hold on a second. What's the fee amount?
Let me confirm.
Here, let me. $100?
$90, Judge.
90. Mr. Negro, is your family going to be able to afford the $90 to get you
Yes,
out?
sir. Yes, today.
All right, so, and then if you get, well, you may not get out till tomorrow because they're going to go interview you, okay? Pretrial
Okay.
services. So just be patient, but you'll be out soon, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, you be careful out there.
Judge, let me give him a court date.
Okay.
Next court date would be July the 8th at 9 a.m.
July what?
July the 8th at 9 a.m. Did you get that, Mr. Villafranca?
I got that. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You know, that's all I have. I'm excused.
Yes, okay, good luck to both of you. Stay out of trouble, Mr. Baldenegro, because they're gonna come tell me if you.
Yes,
get it.
sir. Yes, sir.
All right. All right, take care.
Thank you.
So it was at 9 a.m. Your Honor, from the 341st, Salazar Medina Jose.
What's a plea, Your Honor?
Do I have the package? The court calls 2021 CRI 803D3, the state of Texas versus Jose Salazar Medina.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Gabriel Nieto here on behalf of Mr. Jose Salazar Medina, and we're ready for plea.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nieto. Do you understand English, Mr. Salazar?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me get the plea package here. All right, here we go. All right. Your attorney's informing me, and it looks like you made an agreement with the state of Texas that, are you going to plead guilty? You want to plead guilty today?
Yes, the conditions he told me about papers I signed, yes.
All right, the first thing I have to do, Mr. Salazar Medina, is ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear testimony you'll give in this cause now on trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
So is your true and correct name Jose Salazar Medina?
Yes.
And you're here with your attorney, Mr. Nieto. Have you had enough time to talk to him about your case and ask him questions?
Yes.
Has he explained to you what's going to happen here today?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the services he has provided you?
Yes.
Is there anything that I need to hear about that prevents you from understanding what's going on today?
No.
And Mr. Nieto, is your client competent to go forward with trial today?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Salazar, I have in front of me a plea package, which it looks like you signed. Did your attorney go over this document with you?
Yes.
The one you signed? Okay, did he explain all the terms in there?
Yes.
In here, you're giving up certain rights, and I'm going to cover a few of them to make sure you understand what happens when you plead guilty. And the first one is that you do not have to plead guilty. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to have the jury hear your case, a jury assess your punishment. If there's evidence and witnesses against you, you have a right to confront them. If we go forward today, giving up these rights, do you understand that?
Yes.
Also, if I go along with the agreement and I sentence you along the agreement that you have with the state of Texas, you cannot complain about that punishment unless you get special permission from this court. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Now, I have to ask everyone this question. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, sir.
And even though you're telling me that you are a U.S. citizen, again, I have to tell everyone this. If you are not a U.S. citizen and you plead guilty, you could be subject to deportation, denied re-entry into the United States, and denied the right to become a U.S. citizen. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand.
And according to the agreement, you're going to be pleading guilty to a Class A misdemeanor. And I have to also warn you that the maximum punishment for someone being found guilty in the state of Texas for a Class A misdemeanor is confinement in a county jail for not to exceed 1 year and a fine up to $4,000. Your attorney explained that to you.
Yes.
So knowing all these things, do you still want to go forward with your plea of guilty today?
Yes.
Does defense read formal reading of the indictment?
Yes, John, we do.
Okay. So, Mr. Salazar, is it count one? As to count one, criminal trespass, a class A misdemeanor, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Has anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No.
Aside from the agreement that you have with the state of Texas, has anyone promised you anything else to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you're accepting responsibility for that offense?
Yes.
And I have in front of me the plea package that we were talking about earlier. Did you sign that with your attorney?
Yes.
The state offering State's Exhibit 1 into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. Josh Davila for the state offers State's Exhibit 1 for evidence, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 1 will be admitted into evidence. Mr. Salazar, based on your testimony and the evidence before the court, I'm going to find you guilty of that offense of criminal trespass, Class A misdemeanor. And the court is also going to approve the agreement regarding punishment. You're going to be required to serve 200 days in the county jail. You will be given credit for all your time served. And just out of curiosity, do we know how much time he served?
Yes, Your Honor, approximately 99 days, Your Honor.
99 days. And the agreement, what is blank as to any other conditions. So is there any court costs or anything that we need to assess?
Yes, Judge, it's gonna be $355 court cost, $355 court cost, $500 attorney's fees.
How long, you've been in jail 99 days? Did you have work, Mr. Salazar?
I was working on myself, my own landscaping.
What I will do is I'll waive the attorney's fees, but you will have to pay the court costs.
Wait, is that with doing time in county, or I have to pay when I get out?
No, when you get out.
Okay.
Um,
Is my time gonna be state jail or county time?
No, it's county time. I mentioned that in county jail, it'll be, I'm assuming here in Webb County. Yeah, you're in here in Webb County. So, yeah, your time will be here at Webb County. You've got another 2 to 3 months to serve. I'm assuming if you behave yourself, you may get out sooner. So, anything further from anyone?
Nothing further from the defense, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I please speak?
Yes, you may.
The reason I was asking this because I've been hearing just things, rumors about if you work as a trustee here at the kitchen, maybe I qualify for like 2 for 1 or something like that.
You're gonna be, you're already at the jail. Yeah, the sheriff's office is, the sheriff's office is responsible for keeping track of your time. And if you're a trustee, and I didn't know they paid the trustees, but yes, you could earn extra credit and time for working as a trustee. So, but that's for the sheriff to determine, okay?
Okay. Yes, yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I've approved the agreement you have, which is to serve 200 days. But the calculation of those days and depending, you know, and the credit, that's up to the sheriffs to determine.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, good luck, Mr. Salazar. And any other questions?
No, that's it. I'll keep in touch anyway with my lawyer.
All right, well, good luck, sir, and hopefully your time will pass quickly.
Thank you.
All right. What page was he on?
He was on page
Page 3.
3.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Your Honor, next we have from the 406, Gustavo Bovier Hernandez.
Page 3. Court calls 2021 CRD 1242D for the state of Texas versus Gustavo Bovier Hernandez.
I believe he needs a translator, Your Honor.
¿Necesita alguien que te traduzca?
Sí, por favor.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hernandez.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor. Omar Salinas from Mr. Bouvier Hernandez. I did file a motion to withdraw in this case, Your Honor. Mr. Bouvier Hernandez, I believe, has lost confidence in our office into representing him, Your Honor. He's not satisfied with the work we've been doing on the case, and he is asking to have a new counsel be appointed to him, Your Honor.
Bien, de parte del abogado, ahora en este momento acabamos de tramitar un pedimento para retirarnos. Creo que el señor Bovier Hernández ya no tiene confianza en este despacho y ya no está satisfecho con el trabajo que hemos hecho. Así que en este momento él está pidiendo que se le nombre otro abogado.
Was there a written motion filed, Mr. Salinas? Do I have?
It's there. I filed it, I believe, this morning.
¿Se tramitó esto por escrito? Sí, lo tramitamos esta mañana, creo.
Mr. Hernandez, is there anything specific that I need to hear from you before I make a decision?
Señor Hernández, ¿algo en específico que quiera decirme antes de que tome una decisión?
Nada más es que lo siento mucho, le pido una disculpa al señor Salinas, pero mi señora se quiso varias veces tratar de hablar con ellos y el mismo señor Salinas le dijo a mi señora que si seguía moviéndole, que le iba a quitar las mías. Por eso es el caso de que yo quiero cambiar de abogado. No es le pido una disculpa igualmente como se lo dije ayer, pero pues no estoy de acuerdo. Y aparte pues se ha burlado también de mi religión y no es válido.
And Your Honor, can I ask for a repetition on one point?
Yes, go ahead.
Sí, usted indicó que le iba a quitar las ¿qué?
A mis hijas.
Okay.
A las hijas a mi esposa.
Deme un segundo. Yes, only I wanted to apologize to Mr. Salinas. It's just that my wife had several times tried to speak with him and he told them that they would take my children away. And that's the reason, like I already talked to Mr. Salinas and I apologized to him, but I don't agree. They also made fun of my religion. So that's why we'd like to change.
And Your Honor, we can address both points. We'd like to do it off the record in front of the judge if the court wishes so.
No, I mean, look, we've got a first-degree felony charge and a second-degree felony charge.
Sí, en este momento quisiéramos hablar de estos dos puntos, pero fuera de actas. No, en este momento no. Estoy viendo los cargos. Tenemos un primer cargo en el primer grado, delito grave, y un delito grave en el segundo grado.
I mean, what I want to do is avoid any later appeals for whatever reasons. And again, this is not a comment on your services, Mr. Salinas, but ineffective counsel.
¿Ya le pusiste horario y todo? Sí, ya está. Bueno.
Sí, lo que queremos evitar son apelaciones en el futuro. Esto no es algo común. Esto no es algo común, señor Salinas.
Valerie, who do we have next on the court appointment list?
Your Honor, it would either be Ms. Mary Capello or Philip Del Rio.
No, let's get Mr. Del Rio on there.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll prepare the order and take it down shortly, Judge.
Valerie, ¿a quién tenemos en la lista? Tenemos a la señora América Pelo y Philip del Río. Entonces vamos a nombrar al abogado Philip del Río.
Just so I know, have there been any offers conveyed? I mean, could that have been part of the?
There is, Your Honor. The offer is currently 50 years to serve, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, and we're revoking that offer as of today, Judge.
Y solo para mi información, ¿se ha hecho alguna oferta en este caso? Sí, la oferta era de 50 años y de parte del procurador en este momento están revocando esa oferta.
All right, so Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to appoint you a new attorney, and I will tell you that he is very experienced attorney. Appointing a new attorney may not necessarily change the state's disposition toward you, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt because you are facing two very serious charges to at least talk to another attorney regarding this case. As far as the evidence, everything's been exchanged, or is there anything pending?
I believe the state has provided the majority of what was asked for by Mr. Cantu before I took the case, Your Honor.
And we will be tendering all, or I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. Sí, en este momento se le va a nombrar a otro abogado, señor. Este abogado tiene mucha experiencia. Solo le tengo que indicar que esto no necesariamente va a cambiar la disposición que el Estado o el procurador tiene con usted. Pero le voy a dar el beneficio de la duda, ya que tiene dos cargos muy serios y le he nombrado a este abogado nuevo para que usted pueda hablar con él. Las pruebas ya se han entregado, todas las pruebas. Creemos que el procurador ya se entregó todas las pruebas al abogado.
Your Honor, my only request, Judge, is that since it's going to be Mr. Del Rio, if we could just set it for a pre-trial, Judge, if we can set it in sometime in maybe July, Your Honor, so that we can get all this over to Mr. Del Rio.
El único pedimento.
Go ahead.
Sí, el único pedimento en este momento es de que tenemos al nuevo abogado, el señor Del Río, entonces estamos pidiendo una cita para julio para darle tiempo al señor Del Río que vea los documentos.
What I was going to suggest is that we set it for motion setting again, and that'll give Mr. Del Rio an opportunity to review what's been turned over.
Lo que iba a sugerir es que va a darle una audiencia para pedimentos, para darle tiempo al señor Del Río que pueda revisar todas las pruebas.
So,
very well.
And this will be back here with me on July 20th at 1:30 p.m.
Su siguiente cita entonces es el 20 de julio a la 1:30 aquí conmigo.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Buena suerte, señor Hernández, y estamos hablando como un mes, unos 30 días, bueno, unos cuantos más.
Gracias, señor. Muy amable. Dios lo bendiga.
Thank you, very kind of you. May God bless you.
Se puede ir.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Salinas. Thank you, Mr. Soto.
Your Honor, that's all I have. May I be excused?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, from the 49th, Ervin Palomo.
Page 13, Judge. 13.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Juan Garcia for Mr. Palomo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
We have a plea for the court's consideration.
Hold on, I think I saw. Good afternoon, Mr. Palomo. Do you understand English?
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming you're withdrawing the motion that was filed, Mr. Garcia?
Which motion, Your Honor?
Oh, you're subbing in. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
This is like, okay. Sorry, okay. Let me go ahead and grant that first.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The order to sub you in has been granted. And just stated, and it was. And we're here on a final MTR.
Yes, Your Honor, and there's an agreement on the MTR.
Hey, Mr. Palomo, your attorney's informing me that you have an agreement with the state of Texas regarding the motion to revoke. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so before we go forward, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear testimony you'll give in this cause now in trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is your true and correct name Irvin Palomo?
Correct.
And Mr. Garcia, which are the conditions that he is going to be pleading true to?
I believe all of them, Your Honor.
All of them. And the agreement's going to be,
It's 250 days to serve, Your Honor, and there's some other cases that are running concurrent with this one.
okay, we'll cover those when we get to the sentencing portion. So, Mr. Palomo, the state had filed a petition to revoke your probation. In that petition, they alleged that you violated all of the conditions of your probation. As to those allegations, how do you plead, true or not true?
True.
Are you pleading true freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And aside from the agreement, that you have with the state, has anybody promised you anything to plead true? Anything else?
Oh, no.
All right, I'm going to accept your plea of true and find that you have violated all the conditions of your probation. And the court is going to go along with the agreement that you did with the state of Texas, which is to serve 250 days in county jail.
I think it's the TDC time, Your Honor, but I didn't talk to Mr. Thompson about it. I don't know if he's willing to do county time.
Well, does the agreement include time credit for time served?
I believe so, Your Honor. Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, yes, it does have credit for time served.
Let me see. On Erwin Palomo, I can look it up, but I don't know how much credit he has time for.
Well, I'm showing he's been in for at least 62 days, which means he's got 4 months. Excuse me. Maybe about 6 months left.
Judge Mary?
Yes, go ahead.
It's on count one. Count one, it's a felony 3, and count 2, it's a state jail felony.
Yeah. Where's the, oh, here it is. Yeah, I think the felony 3 takes him out of that possibility, Mr. Garcia.
He had asked me, Your Honor, how many days he had on this case, because he's got several cases with different days, but he just wanted to know how much he's got time on this one.
Well, I'm showing he's got 62 days, so he's got roughly 180, let's say 188 days. left. But
Judge, if I may, they will give him credit from the first time he got arrested on this charge. So we give him credit for since that time.
so he may have more than the
Yes,
60.
yes, Your Honor. And will this be 250 days to serve a TDC?
Well, yeah, it has to be because it's a 3rd-degree felony. And a state jail felony. But there did the agreement include this running concurrent with some other offenses?
Yes, Your Honor. He has some county court. He has 2 county court of law cases, and he's got 1 county court of law 1 case. The DA in those cases, and he already pled to the county court of law 2 cases, Your Honor. They will be dismissing the county court of law 1 case.
All right, well, I mean, I've accepted the plea of true, and that's the only thing that was submitted. There was nothing in here regarding, other than what we have discussed regarding the agreement. So do we need to cover anything else?
No, Your Honor, just that they run concurrent. That's it.
Well, the court will approve that they run concurrent with the other ones. Anything else, Mr. Thompson? No.
No, Your Honor.
Judge, if I may, can the probation, Christina, give us which conditions were violated?
Oh, all of them.
Yeah, but I need to include all of them in the judgment.
It's condition number 1, 2, 5, 11, 20, and 21.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought he meant all the conditions.
I apologize.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, good luck, Mr. Palomo.
Your Honor, may I be heard?
Yeah.
It was my understanding that this was a state jail felony, but if this is a felony 3 and a state jail felony, then the state at this time we'd ask to accept the 250 days on the state jail felony and to close the felony 3 out unsuccessfully. You see, you can't do just 250 days on a felony 3.
So, I mean, wouldn't the 1244 have to be applied when he pled out originally, or can we do that now and let him stay here? It's only going to be about 5 months. Not even 4 months. Yeah, no, it'll be about 5 to 6 months.
I don't object. I'm not objecting to the 1244 in this particular situation.
And since no one's correcting me, I guess I'm going to go ahead and grant 1244 on my own motion in case I'm wrong. The 1244 motion and allow Mr. Palomo to serve his time at Webb County Jail. I'll include that as part of the agreement. And we'll also, thank you, Mr. Thompson. We'll also approve the dismissal or closing of the 3rd-degree felony charge.
As unsuccessful, yes, Your Honor.
As unsuccessful.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes.
the defendant is here for 1 cause, but 2, one cause number and 2 cases. So therefore, for probation, we can't close the felony 3 unsuccessful.
Wait. So the case ended in 983D1, that's a state jail felony case?
Your Honor, it's 2 counts under that cause number. So he was placed on probation for the 2018-983, and then he has 2 counts: the evading arrest, felony 3, and the possession. So as for probation, we cannot close the evading arrest unsuccessful.
Your Honor, the state would be okay with him doing the 250 days and then returning to probation to finish out his probation on the felony 3.
Okay, so how much time does he have left on the felony 3, Ms. Hernandez?
Your Honor, I don't know if I'm explaining myself right.
Okay.
So for the cause number, he has two charges, and he was placed on probation for count 1 and count 2. So they go together. So he was placed back in June 19, 2019, and they're both running concurrent from each other.
Well, Mr. Thompson just offered him to do his time. He'll do his time on the state jail felony. And I guess the probation stays open, right? On the 3rd-degree felony.
Yes, Your Honor.
To extend the probation?
Because he does expire on June 18, 2023. So
We'd ask
to
that probation be extended on that one for a year, or we could offer the opposing counsel 2 years right now on the felony 3 and 250 days on the state jail felony.
That's something I'd have to talk to my client, Your Honor, because I hadn't discussed it. I don't know if he's in agreement with that, but we didn't discuss it.
All right. Well, the simple solution is for him to do the TDC time, Mr. Garcia.
He might say yes, Your Honor, but I don't know since I haven't told him about the 2 years.
The 2 years probation. So do you want?
Because I know.
Let's do this. Okay. So Mr. Palomo, I've already accepted your plea of true on the condition violations. Let's reset this in 7 days for the punishment phase. And that'll give you 7 days to decide what we're going to do with this one.
That'll be fine, Your Honor.
So you'll be back here with me in 7 days.
Okay.
And then we'll reset this case then this is Alma, we'll reset this for my docket.
Yes, Judge. We'll set it up for sentencing on that day.
What date?
June 15th at 1:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That'll give you a chance for your attorney to explain that exchange we just had.
Okay.
All right. Take care, Mr. Palomo.
Thank you, likewise.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have. May I be excused?
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, from the 49th, we have Jesus Rogelio Pedrosa.
Page 11, Judge.
Court calls 2022 CRD 336D1, the state of Texas versus Jesus Rogelio Pedrosa. Good afternoon, Mr. Pedrosa. Do you understand English?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Vargas, is this yours? Or Mr. Trevino?
Fred.
Your Honor, is this a 49th case?
Yes.
Not that I know of. Let me look, check the doc. What page?
Page 11. Pedrosa.
I don't have that on page 11.
It's motion setting.
Motion setting, so, I mean.
Jesus Rogelio Pedrosa.
I have just Saul Iram Rodriguez. Okay. Oh, it's Annalise's case. Hold on, let me get her.
Ms. Vargas, yeah, I called her first.
She's not logged in, Judge.
She was on a little while ago.
She was, but I don't see her on the screen right now.
I see a Anna Fire tablet. Is that?
That's mine, Judge, my second backup.
Oh.
Yes, Your Honor, for Jesus Pedrosa.
Yes.
Sorry about that. We're here on a motion setting, Your Honor. I just would request one more motion setting. I need time to confer with Ms. Rodriguez to get an offer for this case.
Will a couple of weeks suffice?
Yes.
Well, I mean, we could set it for final pretrial, or you want a chance to file motions?
Yes, please.
All right. We'll give you a couple of weeks. So we'll do June 23rd at 1:30 p.m.
Okay.
Say 1 p.m. No, 1:30 p.m.
Or 1:30.
Are you still in court? You almost done?
On the 341st.
Mr. Pedrosa, you understand English?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're here on motion settings, and we're going to set you up again in 2 weeks. It looks like the attorney's on the verge of getting an offer from the state on your case.
Okay.
So we'll know the status of that at the next hearing, but I mean, it may get resolved before then. Your attorney will be explaining that to you in a little bit, okay?
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything further
No, nothing further on this case, Your Honor. Thank you.
from the parties and the attorney here?
That'll be it, Mr. Pedrosa.
Thank you. Your Honor, from the 341st, Alvarez Mario Alberto.
Page 2. Court calls 2022.
Page 4, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. The court calls 2022 CRK 517D3, the state of Texas versus Mario Alberto Alvarez. All right, we're here on arraignment. Do you understand English, Mr. Alvarez?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alvarez, you're here on your first appearance. So I'm going to ask your attorney if he has an announcement for you regarding the charges that the state has leveled against you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marina Vieira with the Public Defender's Office for Mr. Alvarez. At this time, my client pleads not guilty, waits for written in the indictment. We ask for a pretrial settings.
Informal conference, June 30th at 1:30 p.m.
I'm sorry, Judge, who's present for the DA?
Josh Avila for the state, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, for Kathy.
Thank you.
And that's all we have, Your Honor. He does have a bond in our case, Your Honor. He's being held for something else.
I'm looking at that, okay. All right, Will, June 30th, is that mine? No, that's informals. Okay, never mind. All right, thank you. Good luck, Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're getting the next ending.
Yes.
Honor, and that's all I have. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, from the 49th, Jesus Escalon.
Afternoon, Your Honor. Guillermo Del Barrio here for Mr. Escalon.
Well, Mr. Del Barrio, let me call the case 2018 CRI 432 D1, the state of Texas versus Jesus Escalon. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Pedro Jaro for the state of Texas. We have an announcement on this MTR.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Judge, would like to sanction this defendant for 100 days to serve, Judge, and we're gonna withdraw the MTR, Judge, and continue him on probation. Most of the conditions he violated were administrative. There was no subsequent arrest.
Sí, en este momento de parte del procurador Pedro Guajardo tenemos un anuncio. En este momento quisiéramos sancionar al acusado por 100 días. Vamos a retirar el pedimento de anulación ya que, y que va a continuar en libertad condicional, ya que muchos de los quebramientos eran solo administrativos y no obtuvo ningún otro arresto.
Okay, I mean, so he'll be out in a couple of weeks then?
He should be, Your Honor. I believe he's got about 80 something or 90 days, I believe, is my understanding.
87. Go ahead.
Entonces va a salir en unas semanas. Creo que nada más le quedan entre 80 y 90 días. Sí, son 87 días los que quedan.
Well, that he has, yeah, credit for it. Yes.
That he has credit for it.
Perdón,
Yes.
que tiene 87 días de crédito.
All right, well, this sanction will be approved then.
Muy bien, entonces esta sanción será aprobada.
Judge, and would like to put, I believe I talked to Mr. El Barrio, apply this zero tolerance to his probation next time. If there's an MTR, then we're gonna either have an agreement or go to a hearing, Judge. I believe that was our agreement also.
That is correct, Your Honor. The client is well aware that he needs to report. The biggest thing was not reporting. He understands that. He's completed another probation successfully, so he says there shouldn't be an issue.
Y en este momento también queremos que conste en actas que platicamos con el señor del barrio y esto el acusado tendrá cero tolerancia. Si esto sucede otra vez, vamos a tener el pedimento de anulación, ya sea que tengamos un acuerdo o una audiencia. Sí, mi cliente ya sabe esto, el problema él era de reportarse. Él ya había tenido otra libertad condicional y ahora sabe que no va a tener ningún problema con eso.
Mr. Escalon, do you have any questions then?
Señor Escalón, ¿tiene alguna pregunta entonces?
No, todo está bien. Gracias.
No, everything's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Getting some gray there on your beard, Mr. Del Barrio.
Yeah, it's all gray. Unfortunately, I hear that from my daughter all the time. I've never grown a beard as long as I've ever had it. But I'll be waiting for. I think that might be my next client actually.
Your Honor, from the 49th, Osvaldo Alberto Treviño.
H2, Judge.
Your Honor, we do have an agreement on this as well.
All right, the court calls 2021 CRM 703 D1, the state of Texas versus Osvaldo Alberto Treviño. I showed we don't have a plea package on. Has the plea package been filed?
Yes, Your Honor, and it's been accepted as well. It should be.
We can go forward and we'll, is it a probation or time to serve?
It's a time served offer, Your Honor. I believe it's 220 days. I believe
I don't know if Kathy can share it.
He's already completed.
Well, I can work without it. It's not that, doesn't look that complicated. So what is he going to be pleading out to all counts or just state jail felony or?
State jail felony, Your Honor, for 220 days.
So Mr. Trevino, your attorney is informing, you understand English?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so your attorney's informed me you've reached an agreement with the state of Texas regarding the charges against you. So I need to first ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear testimony you give in this cause now on trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Trevino, is your true and correct name Osvaldo Alberto Trevino?
Yes, sir.
And you're here with your attorney, Mr. Del Barrio. Have you had enough time to talk to him about your case and ask him questions about what's happening here today?
Yes, sir.
Have you been satisfied with the services he's provided?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything that I need to hear about that prevents you from understanding what we're doing here today?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Del Barrio, do you believe your client is competent to go forward with trial today?
I am. I do believe so, Your Honor.
And Mr. Trevino, did you sign a plea package with your attorney? Did he explain everything to you that was in that plea package?
Yes, sir.
And in that plea package, I'm sure he told you, but I'm going to tell you again that when you sign that, you're giving up certain rights, and I'm going to cover a few of those. The first is that you have the right to remain silent. You don't have to plead guilty. You have a right to have a jury hear your case. A jury assess your punishment. If there's evidence against you, you have a right to confront that evidence at trial, and witnesses as well. If we go forward today, do you understand that you're giving up these rights?
Yes, sir.
In addition to that, if I go along and I approve the agreement and I sentence you along the lines of that agreement, you cannot complain about that punishment unless you get special permission from this court. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And I have to ask everyone this question. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, sir.
And even though you're telling me that you are a U.S. citizen, again, I have to tell everyone this, that if you are not a U.S. citizen and you plead guilty, you could subject yourself to deportation from the United States, denied re-entry into the United States, and denied the right to become a U.S. citizen. Do you understand that?
Sir.
Also, I have to admonish you, warn you that the maximum punishment that you can get for being found guilty of a state jail felony in the state of Texas is a term of 100 to 180 days to 2 years in a state jail. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And knowing all these things, do you still want to go on all these consequences of pleading guilty? Do you still want to go forward with your plea of guilty today?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Del Barrio, does the defense waive formal reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
All right. And are the other 2 counts going to be dismissed? Is that part of the agreement?
I believe so, Your Honor, yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Trevino, as to count 1, possession of a controlled substance, state jail felony, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Has anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
And aside from the agreement you have with the state of Texas, has anyone promised you anything else to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you're accepting responsibility for the offense?
Yes, sir.
All right, we've already talked about the range of punishment. So in the court's file, there's the plea package that you signed with your attorney. Did you sign that after your attorney had explained to you the terms of that agreement?
Yes, sir.
Is the state offering State's Exhibit 1 into evidence?
We do, Your Honor.
States 1, unless there's an objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 1 will be admitted into evidence. So, Mr. Trevino, based on your testimony and the evidence before the court is going to find you guilty of the offense of possession of a controlled substance, state jail felony. I'm making finding that your plea of guilty was made freely and voluntarily. In addition, based on what I've been informed, the court is also going to approve the agreement regarding punishment for the state jail felony, which is that you are going to be sentenced to serve 220 days. Well, in a county jail, which, yeah, we don't have to do. In the county jail, I understand you have,
I think he might have like 222 or so, Your Honor.
yeah, when they printed the docket, he already had 219, so it looks like he's already served out his time.
Correct.
So are there any other conditions as part of the agreement?
No, Your Honor, other than, obviously asking for credit for time served, and I believe just the dismissal of the other 2 misdemeanor counts pending.
Yeah, the defendant will get credit for time served. The court will also approve dismissal of counts 2 and 3, which is driving while intoxicated and possession of a controlled substance. Possession of marijuana, Class B, both of them Class B misdemeanors. Probation. Clerk, do we have any court
Court
costs?
cost, $485, Judge.
$495.
$485.
$485.
Thank you.
And that's it?
That's it.
No Crime Stoppers or anything? All right.
No, Judge, it's time to serve.
So, all right, any questions about what just happened, Mr. Trevino?
No, sir.
All right, anything further, Mr. Del Barrio?
No, Your Honor, not from the defense side.
All right. Well, good luck, Mr. Trevino. You should be processed probably tomorrow morning, okay? So be patient. I need to get the plea. I'll sign off on it as soon as I get it, Mr. Del Barrio.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything further? If not, you're excused. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
No, that is all I have, Your Honor. Thank you very much. You have a great day. Thank you, Paul.
And don't age anymore.
Trust me, I'm trying not to.
I've tried to, it's just not working.
Yeah, if you find out, let me know how to do it. Have a good one.
Pardon, Your Honor, from the 49th, Pedro Gladys Jr.
Page 13, Judge.
The court calls 2021 CRM 580D1, State of Texas versus Pedro Cladis.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, hold on. Mr. Cladis, do you understand English?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Ms. Villarreal?
Just for the court's information, Mr. Fernando Sanchez was appointed to this case. However, I do see he filed the motion to withdraw. Mr. Mario Castillo was appointed to Mr. Gladys's cases that are at the magistrate level. Would Your Honor want to appoint Mr. Castillo to this case?
I think that would be efficient.
Yes, Judge. Let me go ahead and prepare the order.
So he has other charges pending at the magistrate level?
Yes, Your Honor, he does.
Alma, do we need to reset this for a consultation hearing? Oh, no, yeah.
Yes, Judge. We'll just set it for next week since Mr. Castillo was just appointed. June 15th at 1:30.
Mr. Cladis, did you get all of that?
I believe next week.
Yes, and actually what I think happened in this case was this the case where Fernando had a conflict of interest because he represented one of the co-defendants. Yeah.
Yes, I believe he had a co-defendant has the same co-defendant has the same attorney.
So you'll be back here then in 2 weeks with your new attorney, and hopefully we can maybe make some progress on this.
It'll be next week, Judge.
Oh, next week, yes.
Yes, June 15th at 1:30.
Can I ask something?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you. Will I be able to bail out?
Well, I knew you were going to ask that. And the answer is there's a chance you might bond out, but let me tell you what I heard a little while ago from pretrial services. Before I make any adjustments, and you'll be back here with me,
Of course.
I want to see what the other charges are and what the other bonds are. Mr. Castillo is now going to represent you on all the other charges. Okay, I'm going to be very surprised if he doesn't make the same request you're making right now to set your bond. I don't want to ask you any questions when your attorney's not here, but what I'm seeing is that the reason you're back in custody on this charge is because you missed a court date.
Right.
And there might be a good reason, but I don't want to hear it right now until I find out what the other cases you have pending. And I don't want to ask you any questions or get information from you until your attorney is here. But I will take up your bond issue. And you can ask me directly if your attorney doesn't, but I'm sure he will. Okay?
So does that, I don't know, I quite didn't understand. So, because I have a bond right now for 8,000 and I mean, I'm able to pay it, but.
On the other charges?
Yes.
Valerie, I mean, what are the other charges that he has pending?
At the magistrate level, Your Honor, he has a theft of property and an assault causing bodily injury. They both have a bond judge.
Are there 8 and 8?
5 and 3.
No, Your Honor, the possession charge that he has, I apologize, that one's for the 49th. 1 second, Judge.
Your Honor, maybe heard.
Yes.
Just so the court's aware, he went capious on 6/25 of 2021. The second he bails out, he's capious again. We would be opposing any bond on him. There are 3 co-defendants in the case. One's already pled out. The other one is claiming that this individual is going to exonerate him. So we're trying to wrap these cases up. And since we haven't seen him in a year, we'd ask
Yeah,
for a
no, I
very
was
high bond.
explaining to him that I didn't want to take anything up. I wasn't going to set bond without hearing from his attorney and finding out what was going on with the other cases. So,
Okay.
and
If I
so,
I apologize, Your Honor. To answer your
Yeah.
question, the assault is set at 5,000 and the theft of property is set at 3.
yeah, no, this name rings a bell. It sounds like I magistrated him, but Mr. Clarice, yeah, and without your attorney here, and you heard from the district attorney's office, they're going to oppose you getting out on bond. So I think it's going to be best that we wait to address this until the 23rd. What did you say, Alma?
It'll be next week, June
Next week.
15th. June 15th at 1:30.
We'll take it up in 7 days, and you'll be back here with me, Mr. Clarice, okay?
7 days.
7 days.
Your Honor, may I be heard, just so I know who to negotiate with, which Mr. Castillo has been appointed to the case?
Mario Castillo on all his cases.
Okay, thank you. Your
He
Honor.
was already appointed on the other ones, but on the one that Mr. Sanchez is getting off of, he had a conflict of interest.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. June 15th. And with that, is the staff okay? Is everyone okay? We have been going without a break. I'm fine, but anyone?
Judge, this is Anna, maybe just 2 minutes.
2 minutes is
2
fine.
minutes is, I'll be back.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
okay
take
with
a
you.
2-minute break and then we'll,
We're done with Mr. Clarice.
yes, we're done with Mr. Clarice. You're excused. We'll see you next week. Are we ready, Anna?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. So what do we have? The next.
Your Honor, from the 49th, Ivan Martinez.
Page 8, 9, and 10, Judge.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hold on.
Okay.
8, 9, and 10. The court is going to call 2020 CRJ 70D1, 2020 CRH 73D1.
Your Honor, the inmate requests Spanish, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Okay, let me finish calling the cases. 2020 CRH 75D1, 2021 CRO 554D1, 2020 CRH 74D1, 2021 CRI 925D1, and 2021 CRD 1182D1, State of Texas versus Ivan Martinez.
Estamos aquí en el caso del Estado de Texas contra Iván Martínez, que terminan en 70D1, 73D1, 75D1, 554D1 y 74D1 y 925D1, 1182D1 y esos son los casos.
So, Mr. Martinez, what do we have going on with all these cases?
Yes, Judge, there's about 8 motions to set bond, or 7 motions to set bond on Mr. Martinez. We're here on a final pretrial. He had been bonded out on 4 cases, 2020. He was, the bond was lifted, and at the same time, the amount for those bonds were also set aside. So that's why I had to file motions on the 7, 8 cases that are pending before the court, 7 cases. And Judge, I heard you say that you have a bond review week to see what, and I'd rather go that way, Your Honor, because there are 7 cases. I would like for the court to review them, set a reasonable amount.
Well, yeah, look, you guys got 2nd and 1st degree felonies all over the place here. Yeah, and one of the things that will happen is that we'll get a criminal history. But you're here on a final pretrial. I mean, where are we? I mean, the next step, anywhere close to a plea on all of this, or are we going to set it for trial?
Well, Judge, I would like to reset a final pretrial. Give me an offer had already been made, and I took over the case recently, Your Honor. I have substituted for the public defender's office, Fred Trevino. I thought he had done a good job. He had done a good job with the cases, but I would like the opportunity to see if I can get my client out. The parents have insisted for me to do this, and I'm complying with their request. That's why I filed the motion for bond, and have an opportunity, Your Honor, to talk to the district attorney, see if we can come to an agreement.
Yeah, and
Your Honor, if I may, this is the interpreter.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sí, en este momento de su abogado, el señor Martínez, hemos tramitado 8 o 7 pedimentos para una fianza. Estamos aquí para una audiencia final. Él ya había depositado la fianza 4 veces en el año 2020 y se habían retirado las fianzas. Esa es la razón por la que ahora tramité estos pedimentos en estos 7 casos. Creo que, juez, usted tiene una semana donde usted revisa todos estos pedimentos para poder ver si nos puede dar una fianza razonable. En este momento se está pidiendo, los padres me pidieron que quieren que salga, entonces por eso tramitamos esos pedimentos para la fianza.
Judge, we welcome the court to consider pretrial services because they have a 3% requirement. So if we can reset it for next week, Your Honor, or 2 weeks from today, or next week is better, the sooner the better, I guess.
Sí, que estamos pidiendo que considere el Departamento de Servicios previo al juicio, ya que tienen ellos 3%, y se nos puede dar un aplazamiento para la siguiente semana, lo más pronto posible.
Judge, if I may, can we find out who the prosecutor is?
Yeah, Ms. Holmes is listed here, but
Sandra Arroyo?
Judge, it'll be Joe Rodriguez. I'm standing in for immediate Robert Gutierrez.
El procurador ahora es el señor Joe Rodríguez.
Okay, I just spoke to him a while ago on another case.
Sí, acabo de hablar con él en otro caso.
well, yeah, I don't mind setting it for this bond motions in 7 days, but how long have you been on the case? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what we need to try to do to move these cases along.
Well, I guess we look at the trial date. What trial date are we looking at? That would certainly help us.
Y podría darle una fecha para el pedimento de la fianza en 7 días, pero quiero ver cómo estás en el caso para ver cómo podemos darle seguimiento a este caso. Si podemos basarnos en la fecha del juicio, entonces.
Alma?
May I, Judge?
Yes.
Just for the court's information, there was a hearing back on September 28, 2021. And it was on the state's motion to revoke bond, which was granted by the court. Just for the court's information.
Solo para la información del juez, el 28 de septiembre del 2021 hubo un pedimento de anulación de parte del procurador que fue aceptada por el juez.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Judge, just for the court's information, he was already out on bond with pretrial services when Ms. Hernandez Castillo filed those motions to revoke the bond.
Y solo para su información, él ya tenía una fianza con el departamento de previo al juicio cuando la señora Castillas tramitó este pedimento de anulación.
I understand your position, Mr. Martinez, regarding, you have an obligation to try to do as much as you can for your client. The court appreciates that. But it looks like it's going to be I'm going to be very hard pressed. And I don't want to say I try to work with the defendants as much as I can, and probably more than most, but it looks like you've got a lot of hurdles to cross.
Sí, entiendo su posición, señor Martínez, y veo que usted tiene la obligación de representar y ayudar a su cliente, pero yo trato de trabajar con la mayor parte de los acusados más que otros.
I guess my question hasn't been answered, Judge, as to what trial date are we looking at?
Yeah. So, but the actual prosecutor is not here. Let's do, who's standing in, Mr.
It'll be me, Judge Robert Gutierrez.
I'd like to, and who's the attorney that's actually handling this?
It's Jose Rodriguez, Joe Rodriguez.
El procurador no está presente, el que está encargado de este caso, que es el señor Joe Rodríguez, y tenemos al representante de él, que es el señor Robert Rodríguez, Gutiérrez.
I'll do this, Mr. Martinez, and that way, I'd like to get all the information, and I'm going to go ahead and set your case to consider your request for a bond in 7 days. But we're also going to set it for a status for trial setting status as well, and that way Mr. Rodriguez can be present and we get a better assessment when the state can be ready and when the defense can be ready. So I'll do that. And that way, Valerie, if you'll tell Jennifer to make sure that she gets the proper history for me.
Yes, Your Honor, I will.
And that way, and I'll give them, I just won't do it summarily. I will consider all the factors, Mr. Martinez, in 7 days.
Thank you, sir. What date is that? Would that be, Judge?
In 7 days on the 15th at 1:30.
At 1:30.
Thank you,
Muy
sir.
bien, Entonces lo que voy a hacer, señor Martínez, para yo poder tener toda la información, voy a considerar el pedimento de la fianza, pero en ese mismo día también vamos a asesorar para darles una fecha al juicio. Ese día el señor Rodríguez, que es el procurador, estará presente y voy a preguntar qué necesita para que estén listos para el juicio. Entonces, en ese momento le voy a dar toda la información. Su siguiente cita es el 15 de julio a la 1:30 la siguiente semana.
15 de junio, disculpe.
July 15, excuse me.
Be excused, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
June,
Mr. Martinez.
June 15th.
Muchas gracias.
Junio,
Muchas gracias,
no
juez.
julio, junio de 15. Gracias. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Judge.
Thank
All
you.
right, Your Honor, you bring it in the next time, Your Honor.
Judge, if I may,
Yes.
I believe there's a agreed reset for another case of Mr. Rodriguez's that we won't have to bring out, that the public defenders just brought to my attention when they found out I was standing in.
Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. I wasn't sure who was covering for Joe Rodriguez, but I was chatting with Mr. Gutierrez, who's covering for him. And we've agreed to reset on the 49th docket, Saul Iram Rodriguez. I have spoken to my client and I have spoken to Joe Rodriguez, who's the prosecutor on it. I just need to get him a counter offer, but if we can get like a short reset for him, perhaps we can work this out.
What? Oh, here it is.
That's Saul Rodriguez?
Saul Iram Rodriguez, yes.
Okay, page 11.
Saw it.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes.
in regards to that subject, sir, he's under quarantine right now, so we weren't able to get him out and present him today before you.
And Judge, I'm actually just getting, I believe, it is for Mr. Rodriguez, a message from pretrial services that he was on very strict conditions from pretrial bonds. And they're requesting that we request his bonds be revoked, actually.
On that grounds, Judge, I'll just ask for maybe the next time we can have a hearing on that.
So what, in 2 weeks, or you want to come back in a week?
Oh, no, 2 weeks is good. That give me a chance to speak to the prosecutor about the bonds and also maybe just get the counter offer to them and maybe even have it worked out by that time.
So we'll set it for June 23rd at 1:30 p.m. Well, did I understand correctly? I mean, he's in custody now because he has not been able to make bond, but the state's requesting that the bonds be reduced.
He's in custody now, I believe, on new charges, Your Honor, and that's probably one of the issues that they'd want to raise, but I've just asked for a formal hearing on that matter since it does, they are requesting lifting his bond.
Well, okay, we'll take that up on the 23rd then.
Okay, thank you.
That's not Mr. Rodriguez, right?
No, sir, definitely not.
Okay, so don't bring out Mr. Rodriguez. All right, we'll see you back here in a couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, from the 406, Juan Manuel Yanes.
The court calls 2022 CVJ 707D4, the state of Texas versus, or in the matter of Juan Yanes. Didn't I?
Your Honor, I'm not sure Mr. Yanes speaks English. ¿Hablas inglés? Or-
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Judge, what court and what page, please?
This is a 406.
Add-on.
Well, actually, it's a writ of habeas, so it's
Yeah.
probably on the
Oh.
civil docket.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Trevino, I know I saw something. Did you file a motion? I mean, did you file anything written? I thought I saw.
Yes, Your Honor, we filed a writ of habeas, an application for writ of habeas corpus. The cause number is 2022 CVJ.
No, I called the case, but
Yes, Your Honor, you did.
I thought I had the actual application that you filed in front of me. That's what I was asking about earlier, but I guess I confused that with what Mr. Martinez had filed. And who's here for the state?
Your Honor, I'm not sure, Your Honor, because this is I guess it was filed as D4, so a 406 case.
Paul Thompson for the state, Your Honor. This is on Juan Manuel Yanes, I believe.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Trevino, we'll have to hear from you.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Yanes was arrested on the 28th of February for several counts: tampering, a felony 3, prohibited substance in a correctional facility, felony 3, burglary of a building, state jail felony, and a theft of property, state jail felony. He was initially granted bonds, and then I guess his bonds were reduced again subsequent, and he has currently bond amount totaling $10,000 combined for all those. He's been in custody approximately 101 days, and the state has yet to file or indict him. No, he has not been served with a writ of indictment. So at this time, under 17-151, we're just requesting PR bonds for those 3 counts. There's 2 felony 3s and 2 state jail felonies, Your Honor, under 17-151.
Yeah, no, I was waiting for those magic words. Any response, Mr. Thompson?
No objection to a PR bond, Your Honor.
So give me the amounts on each count, Mr. Trevino.
On the tampering, felony 3, he has a current bond of $3,000. So we just request that be a PR bond. On the prohibited substance in the correctional facility, it's a $1,000 cash bail surety. So we're requesting a $1,000 PR bond on that. And the burglary of a building, it's currently at $3,000. We're requesting a $3,000 PR, and the same for the theft of property, $3,000 PR.
Did Mr. Yan, you understand English, right, Mr. Yanis?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay, so, yeah, and these, under the new system, these are not considered violent offenses. So he does qualify for the PR bonds, and I'm going to grant those. So, Mr. Yanis, I'm going to set your first count, which is a felony 3 at $3,000 PR bond. Second felony 3, also possession of a controlled substance inside the correctional facility at $1,000 PR bond. And the 2 state jail felonies, $3,000 PR bond and $3,000 PR bond. So you'll be, it's late in the day, so you won't be processed until tomorrow, probably. So just be patient. You understand that the charges aren't being dropped, but since you haven't been indicted, I'm going to let you out on a PR bonds, but you need to stay in contact with Mr. Trevino, because the state may decide, at any time they may dismiss, but they also could indict you. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. Good luck, Mr. Yanez, and I hope you take advantage of this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Was the order signed, Judge? On the PR bond?
Well, Mr. Trevino, did you file the orders?
You're on mute, sir.
Good.
Yes, Your Honor, we filed the order along with the application for writ of habeas. So it's I don't know where it's at. It's been filed. You filed, or I don't know if it's on your desk or with the
Oh,
clerks.
well, it's not on my desk, but Marco, will you follow up on that? Yes, Sean.
Your Honor, do I present the next inmate?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead. You may, let's keep rolling.
From the 49th, Valentin Ruiz Cruz.
Oh, sorry.
One, all right. The court calls 2022 CRD 275D1, the state of Texas versus Valentin Ruiz Cruz.
Español.
Español. Buenas tardes, señor.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Attorney Jonathan Garcia. I represent Mr. Valentin. We're set for evidence exchange. I made the request. I'm still pending the discovery. So if I may be given another evidence exchange court date.
En este momento el abogado Jonathan García, que representó al señor Valentín, estamos aquí para el intercambio de pruebas. Todavía tengo pendiente estas pruebas, así que estoy pidiendo otra fecha para estar pendiente en las pruebas.
Mr. Guajardo, is this your case?
Procurador Guajardo, ¿este es su caso?
Sí, Guajardo.
Yes, Guajardo.
You think two weeks is going to be enough, Mr. Garcia?
Señor García, ¿cree que 2 semanas es suficiente tiempo?
Yes, it should be fine.
Sí, creo que sí.
So let's set it for evidence exchange on the 23rd of June at 1:30 p.m.
Lo voy a poner para intercambio de pruebas para el 23 de junio a la 1:30.
Thank you.
Gracias.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Garcia?
No, Your Honor, that will be all. Maybe excuse.
Yes, thank you, sir.
¿Algo más? No, nada más. Se pueden retirar.
Your Honor, from the 49th, Gabriel Jesus Avalos.
Page 15, Judge.
Court calls 2022 CRK 152D1, the state of Texas versus Gabriel Jesus Avalos.
Apologies, Your Honor. He requests Spanish.
Buenas tardes, señor Avalos.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, this is Fred Trevino for Mr. Avalos. He's being detained because he has a no bond on a capias. He wasn't here March 25th for a state jail felony, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle.
Es el abogado Fred Treviño que representa al acusado. Él tiene una orden de arresto porque no se presentó el 25 de marzo. Es por uso no autorizado de un vehículo, un delito estatal grave.
So,
Mr. Gutierrez, are you standing in for Mr. Rodriguez on this?
Señor Gutiérrez, ¿usted está aquí en representación del señor Rodríguez?
Yes, Judge, I'm sorry. What case is this?
Page 15, state of Texas versus Gabriel Jesus Avalos.
El caso de Gabriel Jesús Ábalos.
What pages of the docket is that, Judge?
15, 15.
I can't stand it. I wasn't standing in for Mr. Joaquin Rodriguez, but I can.
Okay. I know where you're headed, Mr. Trevino.
Your Honor, I'd just like to maybe find out why he didn't show up on the 25th.
Sí, solo quiero averiguar por qué él no se presentó el día 25.
Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Trevino, go ahead.
Mr. Avalos, why did you not show up to court in March?
Bien, señor Ábalos, ¿por qué no se presentó del juez el 25?
Es que me cambié de casa y en la dirección de mi ID apenas puse cita para cambiar la dirección de mi ID y la carta de la corte no me llegó.
Because I moved houses and I barely made an appointment to change the address on the ID, and I didn't get the letter or the notice for the court.
Judge, if I may real quickly,
Yes.
we can just ask the defendant why he didn't then call the court and ask when his next court date was, why he didn't reach out to his attorneys and ask when his court date was so he could follow up with his pending felony case.
Sí, entonces, abogado, de parte del procurador, quisiera preguntarle al acusado por qué no se presentó a corte o no le habló a la corte para averiguar cuándo tenía fecha o por qué no se comunicó con su abogado para averiguar cuándo tenía que presentarse ante el tribunal.
Judge, if I may, if the clerk can check to see if he was served.
Sí, podemos checar aquí con la Secretaría del Condado para ver si se le dio el aviso.
Yes, Judge, I'm checking right now.
Sí, estamos checando ahorita.
The writ of indictment was served to Bianca's bail bond.
Se le dio un aviso a Bianca's bail bond.
Mr. Avalos, are you employed?
Señor Ábalos, ¿usted trabaja?
Pues tengo trabajos como de ayudante o así, pero ahorita pues no he tratado, no he tenido un trabajo fijo, pero sí me he ido como de ayudantes en construcciones o cosas así por fuera, cortando yardas o así, pero nada más. Y pues no he tenido un trabajo fijo, pero sí lo estaba buscando, pero no nada más.
I've been with several jobs like as a helper, but nothing set as a set job. I've been a helper like in construction and things like that, such as yard work, but no set job.
Mr. Trevino, to your knowledge, does he have anything else pending?
A su conocimiento, señor Treviño.
I don't see anything, Your Honor. I think it's just this case. He did have a bond through Bianca's bail bond of $7,000 on this state show felony.
Tiene otro caso pendiente que yo vea, no, este es el único. Él tenía una fianza mediante Bianca's bail bonds de $7,000.
I believe he has court today. He appeared on my email, but they didn't send the same email to Sue, so we didn't bring him down. But I thought, yes. 09.
Mr. Trevino and Mr. Gutierrez, I understand you're filling in, but has his family been in contact with you, Mr. Trevino?
No, Your Honor, we just got appointed, and I just got the file like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, Judge, based on the facts and just seeing as that he just skipped court and then just decided to not go and isn't in contact with his bail bondsman, I would at least request that the defense file a motion to send me bonds and you can have present evidence of ties to the community and why they believe that this time he will.
Sí, yo sé, señor Treviño, cuánto tiempo tiene con este. Me acaban de entregar este caso hace 2 minutos de parte del procurador, basado en los hechos y que él no se presentó ante el tribunal y ya que no tampoco estuvo en comunicación con su fiancista, le voy a pedir al señor Treviño que tramite un pedimento para una nueva fianza y donde él pueda comprobar que hay pruebas de que él tiene lazos con la comunidad y que esto no va a volver a suceder.
Mr. Avalos, are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes,
señor Ábalos.
Okay. Well, I'll do this. I'll set a new bond at 1,000 cash bail surety.
Muy bien, en este momento voy a darle una fianza de $1,000, uno de fianza en efectivo.
Well, I don't know that it's strictly, that's one of the options, but I don't know how we would translate surety or bail.
No, no, el efectivo es una de las opciones, ya sea la fianza o la caución necesaria.
Wait, so just for clarification, so his judgment night sign, his original $7,000 bond will be replaced by a $1,000 bond?
Yeah, cash bill, because, I mean, the old 7,000 has been revoked.
And wasn't enough to ensure his return to court.
I know, but we're talking about a state jail felony here, and
Oh, my apologies. I was looking at a different case in the doc.
Your Honor, I would just need a reset date and also a phone number I can get in touch with him if he does get bonded out.
Mr.
So Fred, do you want a regular court date? You think he's gonna make it out?
I don't know if he.
Mr. Avalos, the bond of $1,000, if you get another bondsman to bond you out, means you have to pay around 10%. Some charge more, some charge less. So you'll need about $100 to get out.
Señor, le voy a dar una fianza de $1,000. Si usted va a contratar a otro fiancista, ellos le van a cobrar más o menos 10%. Puede que le cobren más o puede que le cobren menos. Entonces va a necesitar más o menos $100 para poder depositar la fianza y salir.
Do you think you'll be able to, you or your family will be able to afford that?
¿Usted piensa que usted y su familia van a poder depositar y pagar eso?
Pues yo le checo y pues yo trato con el que estaba trabajando que me ayude a salir.
Well, I can check with the one I was working with to see if he can help me get out.
We just need I guess a reset date, Your Honor, and a phone number for Mr. Avalos.
Necesitamos una cita de aplazamiento, la siguiente cita y el número de teléfono del señor Ábalos.
Well, should we put him on? Let's have the regular docket, Alma and Mr. Trevino. If he's still in custody, then you'll appear and let the court know to put him on the in custody.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so Alma, let's give him a regular court deal in about.
Yes, Judge. It'll be July the 8th at 9 a.m.
Su siguiente cita es el 8 de julio a las 9 de la mañana.
So, Mr. Avalos, if you get out, you'll have to be back in court on July 8th.
Okay.
Muy bien, si se puede salir, entonces se va a tener que presentar ante el tribunal el 8 de julio. Ok.
And could we get a phone number for him, Your Honor?
¿Nos podría dar un número de teléfono, su señoría, el señor?
Your telephone number, Mr. Avalos?
956 516 8233.
And would that be a number for him or his family?
My family.
Do you live with a person whose number this is?
This is the number of my sister.
Make sure you stay in contact with your attorney if you get out, okay?
¿Me puede pasar el número del attorney?
Can you give me the attorney's phone number?
Yes, Your Honor. If I may, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Go ahead.
956 523 4117.
956-523-4117.
El nombre del attorney?
And the name of the attorney? Fred Treviño.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. You make quite an impression on him, Mr. Trevino.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be bringing in the next inmate.
All right, thank you. Buena suerte, señor Avalos.
Your Honor.
Yes.
From the 49th, Oscar Martinez.
Page 14, Judge.
Yeah.
Those are those pleas that you
Yes.
have there. Good luck.
I was hoping this case would be reset for Judge Lopez. So we'll see who messed this one up. All right. Let me call the cases. Mr. Martinez, do you understand English?
Yes, sir.
All right, the court is going to call 2019 CRM 448 D1, 2019 CRO 1405 D1, and 2018 CRM 1414 D1, the state of Texas versus Oscar Martinez. All right, so
Sorry.
is this yours, Mr. Trevino?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, so I think I need to clarify something for the record for final disposition. Mr. Martinez had pled out for a state jail felony back in, well, at least the plea was filed back in May 3rd, 2021.
Yes, Your Honor.
The Odyssey file, which is the official record, still lists it as a felony 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
So the court is on its own. Well, is there a reason why that's still there?
I don't know why. I think it was placed in there. I think it was an error in the Odyssey, because I have the actual plea agreement, Your Honor.
No, I do too.
And the actual plea agreement, it says it was a state jail felony.
So for clarification, the court on the defense and the court's own motion is clarifying, and for disposition purposes, that the offense pled out to was a state jail felony and,
Yes, Your Honor.
not a felony 3.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And
these are actually motions to adjudicate as well.
yes. And actually on the agreement, on the other 2 cases, the one ending in 448 and 1414, the agreement, according to what was filed, makes reference to the state jail felony. I know what you did. You put the same agreement on all 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
But for clarification purposes on those 2, I've added in that the defendant had pled out to Class A misdemeanors.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I guess I
see how
did put
that-
state jail.
When I read that, I couldn't make head. It took a while.
Judge, I'm sorry, may I?
Yes.
I just received a notification on this case. Ms. Diana Carrion spoke to Cindy regarding to the 1405.
Okay.
And they said, when they looked at the CJ code they provided on the indictment, it is a felony 1. They didn't indict it as a state jail, as she stated. That's Ms. Hernandez Castillo. So it says here, unless the front of the indictment, the paragraph make it a state jail. So I believe we need to check the front of the indictment just to make sure that it says as a state jail.
Your Honor, it was indicted as a felony 1, but what happened was they pled it to a lesser included. The way they typed it, they put it down as count 1, but it was a state jail felony. That
No,
was
and
what
he
the
pled
agreement
out to it, and it's clear that he's pled out to a state jail felony. That's why
Yes, Your Honor.
I indicated for clarification. I understand what the clerk is saying is that it may not look right, but we can't go backtrack and change what he pled out to. He pled out to a state jail felony. So I don't know that the state's having to go back and amend an indictment that's not it's not active anymore. So I'm assuming that me stating on the record is sufficient for dispositional purposes that he pled out to a state jail felony, and we can't change that. So I mean, Kathy, I don't know what to tell you other than to change it by court order, I guess.
To a state jail felony, Judge?
And that's on 1405 D1.
That's correct.
All right.
From first degree to state jail.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
we just change it. I mean, whatever happened, it was approved by Judge Lopez, I guess, back in
April 2021.
Yeah.
And Fred, the problem is also that it wasn't stated as a lesser included offense on the agreement.
Yes, I understand. We didn't do the plea. It was another.
I know, it was another attorney.
firm. So
And
they just put it in there.
And who's here for the state, Judge?
That would be, I think, Robert Gutierrez is handling it for Joe Rodriguez. And Joe Rodriguez is the one that gave me the offer.
Mr. Gutierrez,
I don't think he's on, Judge. He's not logged on.
and let's not tell him what we just did. No, just kidding.
So this can be done that's what you're doing, verbally accepting it as a state jail felony, right?
Well, it was already accepted as a state jail felony last year, and I'm clarifying on the record.
Okay.
So I don't know that we need anything else. I mean, we can't go back and re-indict him. That won't work.
Okay.
I'm taking it as a clerical error.
Okay.
But the plea for a state jail felony was accepted by Judge Lopez, and I'm not going to change that.
Okay.
So whatever changes on the record, on the clerk's record, have to be made and put it per Judge Garcia's oral motion. I don't know that the state, or I'm for sure the defense is going to have a problem with that, but.
And Your Honor, the state was accepting it as a state jail felony as well because the offer was 1 year. They couldn't have accepted it as anything else because that was their offer, was 1 year.
Okay, so now we're going to take the pleas for all of them again on the MTRs.
Well, are we still waiting for Mr. Gutierrez?
I don't know who's standing in for Mr. Rodriguez. He was standing, Mr. Gutierrez stood in for the other cases.
Let me call him, Judge.
Okay.
And Your Honor, for the other two, it's Ms. Barbara Falcon was the attorney for the other two cases. There were drug cases. So just the 1405 was Mr. Joe Rodriguez. So I don't know if one of the other attorneys can stand in for Ms. Falcon or she's here.
Judge, this is Pedro Guajardo. I can send in for, well, there's Paul. I guess he can send in for Ms. Barbara Falcon.
I'm sorry, I was talking to a defense attorney, Your Honor. Which case are we on? Are we on the 49th docket still?
Yes, and this is Oscar Martinez. And just so you know, I was going back and forth with the clerk and Mr. Trevino. Mr. Martinez pled out to a state jail felony last year, and it was accepted by Judge Lopez. But apparently the indictment read as a felony 1, and they never changed it. So when we got the agreements, these plea packages, the clerk brought it to my attention, and we were trying to figure out what had happened. It just, for whatever reason, didn't get clarified as a lesser included offense when he pled out last year. But he pled out to a state jail felony, and we were trying to figure out how to rectify that. And other than me just stating on the record for disposition purposes that he pled out to a state jail felony and that's what he had, I don't know what else we could do.
I'm sorry, Judge. I got word that I was being looked for.
Well, this is one of Mr. Rodriguez's cases, and we're just trying to, and Mr. Thompson's been kind of listening in.
Yeah, I saw that the only one left was one where Mr. Thompson had a few of the cases. Mr. Rodriguez told me all his cases were resets. So I figured Mr. Thompson could handle it. Is there anything needed from me?
No, and just a procedural dilemma, again, and I'll restate it, is that Mr. Martinez said pled out to a state jail felony last year. It was accepted by Judge Lopez. He had originally been indicted on a felony 1, but in the plea package, they did not put that he was pleading out to a lesser included offense. So on the official file on Odyssey, it's showing as a felony 1, or was it a felony 3?
Felony 1, Your Honor.
Felony, it's still showing as a felony 1. And the only way I thought I could rectify it is just by stating on the record for dispositional purposes is that he pled out to a felony 1. That's what it is. Make whatever entries you have to clarify that. Does the state see a problem with that? Right, a state jail felony.
And which of these 3 cause numbers is that case, Your Honor?
1405 D1.
Okay. Let me look it up, Your Honor.
Yes, and Paul, the judge is correct. In Odyssey, it shows that, but in the plea packet, he pled to a state jail felony, lesser included, engaging in organized criminal activity, which is allowable. And that's what the judge accepted, and that's what everyone accepted. It just wasn't corrected on Odyssey.
Yeah, and just for clarification, the actual plea package says prosecution will proceed only on the following counts: engaged in organized criminal activity, state jail felony. So it could have been clearer, but it's kind of implied, I guess.
In our notes, it indicates that he pled to a lesser included. I'm assuming that was what the intent was of the prosecutor, Your Honor.
No, and I'm not trying to change that. I'm just trying to clarify it for the clerk procedurally what they need to do to correct that entry in Odyssey.
Well, I mean, I would defer to the plea packet, Your Honor, in this particular case, and just ask them to look at the plea packet and let that be the guiding force behind their entry. And if it could be read to reconcile what was done, then I think it should be.
Yeah, I was just kind of pointing it out because the clerk was concerned. Yeah, I agree with what you just said, Mr. Thompson, 100%. And just also for clarification on the 2 misdemeanor cases, which is the one ending in 448 D1 and 1414 D1. With the state and the defense permission, all I did was put in parentheses above the punishment agreement that in those cases he pled out to a Class A misdemeanor. That's correct, John. Okay, I'm adding that again. I was looking at this and we couldn't make heads or tails, and that helped me to clarify it. So I'm going to add that in. I'm putting my initials. Okay, so at this stage, Mr. Trevino, is this just a motion to adjudicate? Has he pled true already to?
It's a motion to adjudicate, and he needs to plead true, Your Honor. And then I guess the court will adjudicate him and then sentence him, I guess, in an agreement with the if the court so chooses to, with the agreement with him, between him and the state.
And are the violations the same for all three cases?
I believe so, Your Honor. And in the packet, the agreements, he's agreeing to each and every act alleged therein.
Well, just so we're clear, let's go one by one to make sure we get which conditions. So
Yes, Your Honor.
last time they told me all of them, and I said, okay. So on the cause number ending in 1405 D1, conditions number.
Oh.
Is it? It's not on here.
D1, Your Honor.
On 1405.
Oh, 1405, yes, Your Honor. He's being true to condition 1, 2, 11, and 12.
Okay, and on 448 D1.
He's pleading conditions 1, 2, 11, 18, and 19.
And on the last one, 1414.
Condition 1, 2, 11, 18, and 19.
Your Honor, and if I may, for clarification, for the cause number ending in 1405, for the Class A misdemeanors, he's only pleading true to conditions 1 and 2.
But that's the state jail felony.
For the, I'm sorry, for the Class A's that he was sentenced to, the assault caused bodily injury and the unlawful restraint.
Okay, which cause number was that?
1405, Your Honor.
That's, Your Honor, on 1405, he's pleading, he's only, again, you're going to get revoked on the other one. I guess they're going to withdraw motions to revoke on the other misdemeanors.
Okay.
So it's conditions 1 and 2 only on 1405?
Yes, Your Honor, but for the Class A's.
We're not pleading to the Class A, Your Honor. He's not getting sentenced on the Class A's. He's just getting sentenced on the state jail felony.
Oh, only, okay. So the motions to revoke are being withdrawn on the 2 misdemeanors.
Yes, sure.
Okay, all right. So, okay, so no, yeah, then I don't need to have these here.
Oh, Your Honor, no, she's talking about on that on 1405, there's 2 other misdemeanor counts. She's not talking about the motions to revoke on the other 2, on the possession of marijuana cases. Those are separate indictments.
But he's still, he's still pleading true to violation of the conditions 1, 2, 11, and 12.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
In regards to the state jail felony, engaging in organized criminal activity.
Yes. Okay. Well,
and that's what's alleged in the motion to adjudicate, Your Honor. I'm trying to figure out what she's talking about on the others.
It says to count 3 and 4 on the 1405.
Mr. Trevino, let me just, is there anything wrong with the punishment agreement, the way it's written?
No, Your Honor. The punishment is going to be 1 year to serve in a state jail felony facility, and I guess in the other one will be just in the Webb County Jail on the other two in Webb County Jail, and then to run concurrent.
Yeah,
And it,
they all run concurrent. And
yes, Your Honor.
they'll be doing this state jail felony time.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Martinez, basically there was some some typos or something wasn't written down in your case, but I think we've clarified it. Do you have any questions onto that? We're not trying to increase your charges or anything. It's just that they were not recorded properly, okay? So in other words, what your attorney has told you for the last few weeks has not changed. I just wanted to make sure that the district clerk's office, that their record reflected what had happened over the last year or so, okay? So nothing's changed with the plea you entered into last year. Nothing's changed with regards to the agreement that you have with the state. And that's what your attorney's informing me, okay? So I just want to make sure you don't have any questions about that, okay?
All right.
So your attorney's informing you have an agreement, and you've been hearing us talking about it. Is that correct? You do have an agreement? Is that basically what you've been hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear testimony you'll give in this cause now in trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, you're here with your attorney, Mr. Trevino. Is your true and correct name Oscar Martinez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, I'm asking you under oath, is it your understanding that you've reached an agreement regarding the motions to revoke that the state filed against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and they filed motions to revoke on 3 different cases, and I called them earlier, and I'm going to go through them right now. In 2019 CRO 1405D1, the state filed a petition claiming that you violated the conditions of probation, conditions number 1, 2, 11, and 12. And in cause number 2019 CRM 448D1, they're alleging that you violated conditions 1, 2, 4, 18, and 19. And on the last case, which is also a misdemeanor case, 2018 CRM 1414D1, they claimed that you violated conditions 1, 2, 11, 18, and 19. So as to all those conditions that I just mentioned, are you pleading true or not true?
Pleading true, Your Honor.
Okay. And are you pleading true freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
No one's forcing you to plead true?
No.
And aside from the agreement that we've been talking about, has anyone promised you anything else for pleading true today?
No.
So, Mr. Martinez, based on your testimony, I'm going to accept your plea of true on the allegations made by the state. And I'm going to adjudicate you guilty of the offense of or I'm going to find that the allegations are true in this case. And the court, in reviewing the agreement that you have regarding your motion to revoke, the court is also going to approve the agreement. So as to cause number 2019 CRO, which involves a state jail felony you pled out to, you're going to serve 1 year in a state jail facility, but that sentence is going to run concurrent with the other 2 cases, the 2 misdemeanor cases that we're talking about. You will be given credit for time served. And also as part of this agreement, the court is taking into account under 1245, another case that you have pending under booking number 2021-03300. And on the two misdemeanor cases, the one ending in 4481, again, the court sentences you to serve 1 year in the state jail facility. This case will run concurrent with the other two cases. And the same indication is the court is taking into account booking number 2021-03300, and that will be dismissed. And you will be given credit for time served. And finally on 1414D1, again, the court will approve the agreement, 1 year to serve in a state jail felony, in a state jail facility, credit for time served. That case will also run concurrent with the other two just mentioned. And also, it's not in here, but the court is also taking into account under 1245, 2021-03300. So that, since it's been considered, they will not file that against you, Mr. Martinez.
Judge, even though they're class A misdemeanors, you're still sending them-
Yes, Your Honor, I just want to clarify, those two sentences would be in the Webb County Jail.
Oh, the
Webb
Webb
County
County
Jail.
Sorry about that. Yes. Well, but he'll get credit while he's in the state facility for the, yes. Okay. So as to the two misdemeanor cases, 1414 and 448, Mr. Martinez, let me clarify for the record that since those are misdemeanor, the underlying cases are misdemeanors, your 1 year is to be served in the county jail. You'll be in the state jail facility, but you'll still get credit for the one here. Okay, so if they let you out over there and they still want you to serve on the misdemeanors, you may have to do, no? Or
They shouldn't, Your Honor, they should just be released.
okay, just be released. I can't imagine that the misdemeanors are going to carry more time, but technically, I guess it could happen. All right, any questions or anything, Mr. Martinez, from me or your attorney?
I would like to know how many days I got for credit.
Well, this is not exact, but
It looks like he has around 67, 68 days on one, Your Honor, and about 63, 64 on the other.
so you still got about 10 months to go, Mr. Martinez. But I have ordered that you get full credit for all your time served, okay? All right, good luck, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Martinez, anything else?
No, that'll be all, Your Honor.
Good luck, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you.
Judge, that's all I have. Can I be excused?
Thank you.
Your Honor, we had a case on the 49th. I was gonna stand in for Mr. Russell Jordan on Jesus Gerardo Garza, unless that was reset.
That's from the 341st.
Oh, I'm sorry. He told me it was the 49th.
Don't scare me, Fred.
That's what Mr. Jordan indicated it was in the 49th, but I guess not.
He didn't know that it was a Judge Reed that was sitting in.
Could be.
All right. Is that him? Is that Mr.?
Yes, Your Honor, from the 341st, Garza Jesus Gerardo.
The court
He's
calls,
on page 2 and 3, Judge.
the court calls 2020 CRO 1924 D3 and 2021 CRK 695 D3, the state of Texas versus Jesus Gerardo Garza.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe these are motions to revoke arraignments. And on behalf of Mr. Jordan.
Spanish, Your Honor. Apologies.
Buenas tardes, señor Garza, Miss Rob, are you ready?
Yes.
Well, let me just explain to him what's happened. Mr. Garza, the state of Texas has filed a petition saying you violated some of the conditions of your probation.
Sí, señor Garza, el procurador ha tramitado un documento donde nos indica que ustedes supuestamente están quebrando alguna de las reglas que tenía libertad condicional.
So I'm going to ask your attorney if he has an announcement for you.
Entonces, en este momento le voy a preguntar a su abogado si él quiere decir algo en su representación.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm Fred Trevino standing in for Mr. Russell Jordan. And on behalf of Mr. Garza, he pleads not true, waives formal reading of the applications for revocation for both cases, and requests final hearing dates for both.
Sí, en este momento soy el señor Fred Treviño, que está en representación del abogado Russell Jordan. El cliente se declara que no es cierto y estamos denunciando a la lectura de los cargos que fueron de pedimento de anulación en estos dos casos y estamos pidiendo una fecha de aplazamiento.
June 23rd at 1:30 p.m.
23 de junio a la 1:30.
It's in 2 weeks. Okay, Mr. Garza, you'll be back in court, hopefully with your attorney, Mr. Jordan, on the 23rd, okay?
Muy bien, eso serán 2 semanas, señor Garza. Usted va a regresar aquí ante el tribunal con su abogado, el señor Jordan, el 23 de junio.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Your Honor. From the 406, Your Honor, Jose Eduardo Morales.
The court calls 2019 CRI 922D4, the state of Texas versus Jose Eduardo Morales.
Your Honor, this is Armando Trevino.
You may proceed, Mr. Trevino.
Yes, Your Honor, I have filed a motion to withdraw in this case. I have been talking to his brother, his sister, his parent, his father, and I don't know whom else. My staff has been talking to those individuals. They haven't indicated that I haven't done anything and that they're planning to sue me, which is not true. For the record, Your Honor, he has 8 outstanding cases. They all have a warrant. And these 8 cases have 18 different charges. There's one that has 4, 2 cases have 4, et cetera, et cetera. They have been asking me if I can get a bond. No. I think it's going to be very difficult, but in the meantime, I would like to withdraw from this case.
Mr. Morales, do you understand English?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Trevino is telling me that you're unhappy with his services and you'd like for the court to appoint you a new attorney?
To my understanding, Your Honor, I had already, I think my sister had already found an attorney. They had already appointed one for me. I just don't remember his name. And as far as what Mr. Trevino is saying, I mean, nothing personal. I just want to get my case resolved. And I honestly feel that I know it looks bad for the state, you know, with my record and all that. But I know that most of them, I know I can, you know, resolve them and avoid punishment. So in this case, I just want to get a hold of my public attorney and get this resolved so I can, you know, get my life back on track. Because honestly, I feel and deep in my heart that I'm not a bad person and I never have been convicted. So hopefully there's a little bit of, mercy.
Valerie, no, well said, Mr. Morales.
I have nothing personal, like I said, against, I appreciate that he tried to help me. And as far as what he's saying, I don't know what they've been saying on my behalf, but I do want to, like I said, get my life back on track. I do have a family and kids that I do play a good part in their life. So I'm just hoping to, get some sort of leniency in my case for that.
Your Honor, I have talked to this man once or twice ever since I was retained. I've set appointments with him, and he has never appeared. As a matter of fact, on 5/5.
Oh, hold on a second. So he's been in custody the last 4 days on a new charge.
Yes,
on a missed court, yes, sir.
Well, no, I think you may have been indicted. So, yeah, go ahead. Give me some clarification on this.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that it was out of a capias from the 406 case for an assault on a pregnant person. He had an arraignment back on May 27th, and he was not present, so a capias was issued. He does have a new offense. I don't believe that he's in custody for that one, though. I think it might just be the capias.
Just the capias?
That's correct.
But all cases have a warrant, Your Honor.
Yeah, but when you say they have a warrant, he hasn't been served?
I don't know, Your Honor. The jail records indicate that there are 8 outstanding cases, and it indicates that each one has a warrant.
Mr. Morales, do you know the name of your new attorney?
Honestly, no, but I can find out right now. Like I said, I'm just trying to get organized as well. I mean,
Thank you, Valerie. Ms. Villarreal, any light you can shed on the attorney's
Yes. If I
situation?
may, Mr. Morales does have 3 other cases that I can see, Judge, and then another one at the 406. On 2022 CRD 362D4, the public defender was appointed to this case, and then Mr. Morales has 3 charges at the county court level, all of which Mr. Trevino was retained. And I don't see any warrants for any of those cases, Judge. The warrants that he has are for tickets.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. They're out of the JP courts.
can I say something real quick about that? I had already arranged something for that before. It's just I'm here, so I can't do nothing right now about that.
Who is the public defender that's representing Mr. Morales?
And what court is that?
So I believe
If it's the 406, it should be Mr. Salinas, Your Honor.
One more.
Yes, Your Honor. But I don't know if does he have an appearance yet there, or is he just capias on that one?
He missed his first arraignment, so I think he's been capias. I don't know if Mr. Salinas has had the opportunity to speak to him.
Well, and both these cases are out of the 406. So any problem with appointing Mr. Omar Salinas to this case as well?
No, Your Honor, we actually recently received an affidavit of non-prosecution, so it'll give me an opportunity to kind of start over with the case of Mr. Salinas.
Mr. Trevino,
And I'm standing in for Mr. Salinas right now, Your Honor.
yeah, I know that, but if I reset this case for next week on the 15th, you think, is that enough time for him to kind of get up to
Yes, Your
speed as to what's happening?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe so, since he's already worked on the other case.
Okay, because it sounds like he's got several cases pending, but that some of them may drop off.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what I'll do, Mr. Morales, I know you want to get out on bond, but you did miss a court date, and I don't have all the information, and but I am going to see you here again in 7 days.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that'll give me a chance to find out where you are. And your attorneys will tell you if the circumstances warrant it, I will give you the opportunity to get out, okay?
Yes, sir. And I'd appreciate it if I could. I mean, honestly, like I said, I do work. It's just I have debts that I've been trying to keep up for the same thing. I'm trying to get organized.
Where do you work at?
I work, well, I'm with Summit Building and Design right now, currently working on a contract for Heights Elementary. And if you can call them, they have me there on, on paper and everything. I've been doing that, and as well as plumbing work on the outside. That's my field of expertise.
Okay, well, let me get everything together on this. And that way, I do want to address the issue of whether or not we can work on your bond to give you a chance to get out and start working again.
I greatly appreciate it, and I know it looks bad that I missed court, but it's not because I wanted to. Honestly, it was just miscommunication as far as me as well, not calling and finding out. But I will do my best to try, and I will do my best to find out, so I won't be missing out.
You understand that one of the reasons I'm doing this is because they're telling me that you may have some new complaints against you.
Yeah, and I think I'm aware of exactly which ones, but honestly, I know that those I can overturn them because it's.
Well, for the purpose of the bond, I'm not going to decide whether you're guilty or not. I'm just.
Oh, yeah, I understand that.
So you don't say anything right now, but
yeah.
The problem is that but I don't know. And when I make a decision, but in 7 days, I will have this information in front of me, okay?
All right. And as far as as far as a public attorney coming to see me to maybe talk to me about it, if they will.
We usually do, Your Honor.
I know.
They know we do.
All right.
Yeah, Mr. Morales, I will tell you that people that tell me that, especially with our office here, that one of the finest group of attorneys, you're lucky that you're getting them to represent you. So I'm going to allow Mr. Trevino, for whatever reasons, either personal or whatever, will allow you to get off the case, Mr. Trevino, and I'm going to assign Mr. Salinas.
Fine, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and again, this is no comment on on your representation or anything.
No, not at all.
But he's got a second-degree felony, and I'd rather err on the side of caution. And so I'm going to give you an opportunity, and we'll address status and all that on this case in 7 days. And I'll decide then, Marco, what's the next step, because I had you down for a plea, but let Mr. Salinas tell me where the case is at. Okay?
Judge, may I be excused?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Trevino. And also Mr. Morales is excused as well.
So the case is reset for when, Judge?
Thank you, Your Honor.
When is the case reset for?
In 7 days, June 15th, 1:30.
Your Honor, will that be both 406 cases or just this one?
Well, the other one, I'd like to have the other one as well, the one ending 362D4.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Yes,
And I believe that's all I have this afternoon. May I be excused?
thank you.
Thank you.
Was the order signed, Judge? The motion to withdraw counsel?
If I may. I have several motions here from Mr. Well, do me a favor, Valerie. When they bring me the motion, the order to appoint Mr. Salinas, if I don't have the order, I'll write it in there.
Yes, Judge.
And that'll fix that. We'll be cleaner that way, I think. I put it down on my docket deal. Trevino out on order. I'm assuming I'm going to see you, Valerie, until tomorrow morning. So,
That's correct. That's tomorrow morning.
okay. Oh, we're almost done. Only got a few more left. Next.
Your Honor, from the 406, Carmona Hinojosa Alberto.
Yeah, Judge.
I thought the writ of habeas corpus was the other.
No.
He's on page 6, Judge.
Oh, this is the last one, page 6, yeah. The court calls 2019 CRG 352 D4, the state of Texas versus Alberto Carmona Hinojosa.
Does he speak English, Your Honor?
Hold on, let me, Mr. Carmona, do you understand it?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carmona.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Carmona, you're here because the state of Texas has filed a petition saying that you violated certain conditions of your probation. So, and this is your first appearance after they have filed that complaint against you. So I'm going to ask your attorney if he has an announcement for you regarding those allegations that the state made, okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Carmona Hinojosa, my client pleads not true to all the allegations of the violations of conditions and requests a final hearing. And we're also going to request a bond at this time, Your Honor. He's being held on a no bond.
Who's here for the state? Do you know the general basis for the motion, Mr.?
No, Your Honor, I'm standing in. He just handed me the docket. I don't have the file.
Is anyone here from the state on this?
Paul Thompson for the state. Which case are we on, Your Honor? I wasn't.
406, page 6, State of Texas versus Alberto Carmona Hinojosa.
One second, Your Honor.
And I'll go ahead and see if I can find the file, Your Honor, and see if it's in there or not.
Well, I'm looking at the docket here. And the cause number 2019, those are the underlying charges, right? Those, the third-degree felony and the 4 misdemeanors?
Yes, Your Honor, but I don't know if that's what he pled to or what the allegations are, if they're administrative or not. See if I can pull them up on Odyssey.
You pled guilty to count 1, 2. 2, 4. 1, 2, and 4, Judge.
I know, but the complaint is, what does the complaint say? Did he get rearrested or did he?
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Condition number 1 is alleged. The defendant did commit another subsequent offense.
Do you know what that subsequent offense was?
It was an accident involving damage to vehicle.
Has Ms. Hernandez has he been reporting as far as everything else goes? And
No, Your Honor. I have here on my notes that the defendant failed to report December 2022 present.
December 2020 to present?
Yes, Your Honor. He has not reported since.
And Your Honor, I believe that's because he was arrested in December of 2021.
But she's saying he hasn't reported since December 2020. Yeah, because this is a
Okay, I was thinking, I misheard her, Your Honor.
no, he was just arrested 6 days ago. Or so, I mean, he's literally been gone for a year and a half. What was the final hearing date we had for this?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I've been reporting with Ms. Rodriguez for about a year and a half. And then after this last arrest, I went back to report and they told me nothing was on file on my name. I explained to the lady my situation, that I just got out, and then she asked for my social security number. I gave it to her, and she said again nothing was on file, that they would send me a letter. She asked for my ID. She asked if that was my right address. I said yes, and then she sent me that I would get a letter stating that I went to report back again, but I haven't gotten anything, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may, we have made attempts to locate Mr. Carmona at his address, but we haven't been successful. We've also attempted to call him, no answer. Letters have been sent.
Marco, you haven't given me the date.
July 5th, Your Honor, at 8:30.
July 5th. Who has that? Judge Palomo. I don't know, Mr. Trevino, a year and a half is a pretty long time. When we're talking about Mr. Carmona, we're talking about your final hearing for this case is in 3 weeks. So a decision is going to be made as to what we do with this. And I know it's easy, it's not easy for you to hear, but you know, you'll be getting credit for time served if that ends up being part of the agreement or punishment that the court imposes. Look, we make it pretty clear. I mean, it's your job, not the probation office, to find you. It's your job to stay in touch with them. And I understand, you know, maybe been some miscommunication, but that's on you, not on them. So and without more information as to everything that's happening in your case, I'm going to deny the request for a bond at this time. Now, your attorney, if you can clarify this for me, and he knows, I see him almost every Wednesday. We take up informal bond reviews on Wednesdays, and we notice the district attorney's office. So between now and then, I may consider this again, but for right now, I'm going to deny it. But you need to know that if this deal about the Social Security and again, Mr. Rodriguez is not here is true, I will take that into account.
Thank you, Your Honor, because she can tell you, sir, that I've been with her. She's told me repeatedly that I'm a type of guy that she doesn't even need to worry about me.
Who's the district attorney? And look, if that's true, Mr. Trevino will be able to take that to the district attorneys, and they may just agree to do this.
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't, like I said, Mr. Trevino will tell you that again.
It's because I promised my boys I will be with them all summer, Your Honor.
You're not gonna be in jail. Yeah. Look, and you're getting a quick setting, so a decision will be made really quick on this. And Mr. Trevino, he knows how to get a hold of me. He knows we're in the same building. And I'm here every day, so he can. talk to Mr. Rodriguez, and if there's anything to this, get a letter or something, and maybe the DA will take action without me having to make a decision. Okay, so for now, it's being reset to the 23rd at 1:30. Ms. Hernandez, yeah, I mean, is Ms. Rodriguez in your office?
No, you're not, Your Honor, she's no longer with us.
Okay.
Carmona's new officer is Ms. Diaz.
Wow.
So it'd be kind of hard for him. How long has she been gone?
I'm not sure, to be honest, a couple of months already.
Yes.
All right. All right, we'll get this squared away, Mr. Carmona. All right.
Please, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be hearing from your attorney. I promise you that. I don't make these empty promises. I know it's difficult being in there.
Yes, very much. Especially right now when I have my little sister. She's a nurse for UISD. Right now, she's taking care of them at the moment. My boys.
See what you can get me on this before the end of the week, Mr. Trevino.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll look into it, and we'll look at the allegations. One of the allegations, though, Your Honor, is a new offense.
No, it was an accident involving damage. So
Yes, Your Honor.
A hit and run, probably.
Yes, Your Honor.
But in the grand scheme of things, not that and I'd like to know if anybody was hurt too. So
No, sir.
No.
No, sir. At the last court, the state dropped that.
Your Honor, again, we'll look into everything.
Okay, and I'm here. I'll be here. I've got a bench trial on Friday, so I'll be here. Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're excused, Mr. Carmona. Good luck.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor. The only one left was from the 341st, Nunez Morales Jose, but he was under quarantine, so we didn't bring him out. Believe we're done, sir.
341st only had like 3 cases.
Yes, Your Honor, you should have told us earlier.
You see, Raquel, if you brought me the docket early.
I send it to them.
I know. I'm just kidding. Thank you, everyone. So we're done.
Thank you, Honor. May we be excused?
Everyone's
Okay.
excused.
Your Honor, I'm gonna reset it for July 5th at 8:30.
Carmona?
Nunez.
No, Nunez, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
that's fine.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes. No, we're done. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Good to see you, Valerie. You never come down to the dungeon down here on the 3rd floor.
I was there today. You saw me going that way and you ran. You left.
I didn't see you. Oh, that yeah. It's been a crazy day, and it doesn't slow down any.
I'll be there tomorrow morning, Judge.
I'll see you then. Thank you, Mr. Trevino.
Have a good day, Judge.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. Bye.
Bye, everyone. What's a pallet? Ugh. Dickheads never call me back. Who the fuck are you?
Hello, this is Southwest Power and Light. We're just giving you a call back. If you do need assistance, give us a call at 1-866